Happy Tuesday, boys! Happy Tuesday. Why can't I hear shit? Oh, there we go. Woo! Okay. Smells like teen spirit in here. Just kidding. There's no teenagers in this community. Right? There's no teens. Everyone in here is 50. I have a community of all 50-year-olds. You know? Anyway, how we doing? Why can't I turn this phone off? What the heck? That's weird. Anyway, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I hope we are having a pleasant Tuesday. Mwah. You look cute today. Did I see that comment, or did I just I'm like, oh, thank you. I'm just making up compliments. Thank you. I've been running around again today because I'm leaving tomorrow. Yeah. My back is hurting as well. You know what I realized? I thought I was going to be there for a lot longer than I actually am. Krista, did you do a name change? Krista CC. Thank you for the 16 months. Am I crazy? Or has that always been... That's not... that. You did. Okay. That's what I thought. Maria, thank you for the 2 months. Silver Pros, thank you for 19 months. Caroline notices everything. I actually don't. There's a lot of things I don't notice. Some things I do, though. So I'm leaving tomorrow, but because of the way that because of the way time changes, the Armenia time change, I don't get there till Friday, which is crazy. So I'm leaving tomorrow afternoon. It's almost 24 hours of travel and then the time change. So it will be Friday in Armenia. So I'll be there Friday. I have all of Friday, all of Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and then I leave at like 3 a.m. and come back here. Yeah, so it's kind of fast. I was starting to pack, and I was putting all my tech equipment together, and I'm like, I'm packing like I'm gonna be gone for a month. It's better than expected. Yeah, it's just such a long trip that I was thinking about. I'm like, I'm only gonna be on for 5 days. Oh, all right. Trumo, thank you for the bits. Doesn't mean we're all 50 plus. No, everyone in here is. Everyone in here is. Love the nail color. Thanks. I got my nails back on. I got them back. I realized something was missing in my life. I was like, what's missing in my life? And I said, oh, my nails. So I got them back. They're back. Okay. In about an hour, just so I don't forget, Nico is coming over to help me with Cutie's streaming backpack because I'm taking her backpack to Armenia because apparently mine doesn't, the modems are old, something like that. So it definitely won't work. But we also don't know if it's going to work anyway because nobody streams in Armenia. And so there's nothing that's set up with IRL run or solo live view. So I was like, okay, well, I guess I'll be the first to try. Literally uncharted territory. Cheaper than art school. Thank you so much for the 12 months. Can we talk about your ping in Discord? Oh, I know. Wasn't that so sweet? So if you were watching my stream last night, we watched True Crime is Dead.
12. That's how many.
Yeah, that's what it's called. True Crime is Dead, and it's a YouTuber named Perry Byford. Perry Byford. And I've watched one of his other videos before. And anyway, I always get surprised when people see my streams. I always just expect it's like the community, you know, that nobody outside our community will ever see my streams, which I have to keep reminding myself that's not the case. And luckily, I was very complimentary of his video because I thought it was really great. And I think he's a great YouTuber. But he wrote me, he wrote me on Instagram, which I also never check my Instagram DMs. So I don't even know like why I was checking my Instagram DMs. But he wrote me and said that he had watched my stream and wanted to say thanks for all the nice comments that I and the community had said. And he said he felt like, he said it was a surreal experience. It was a surreal experience watching someone react to something that he had made, and that it made him feel like a proper professional. I was like, oh, it's my pleasure. It's my pleasure to do an ethical react. No, but that made me feel good, you know? And I'm glad it brought him joy to get to experience that, you know? Because for most content creators, you just feel like you're putting all this time and energy, investing it into content, and there's no guarantee. There's, you know, you're just putting it out there and hoping that people see it, that people like it, that they follow you, that you can keep making content. And there's a lot of people who are making really, really amazing videos. And content is just very competitive. You know, it's a very saturated market, and it's hard to cut through the noise. And it can be very frustrating to put a lot of money and time into making things and not getting anything back from it, you know? So love to support other creators, especially creators who I think deserve to be a lot bigger than they are. Nightwing, thank you so much for the Prime. You weren't kidding about the Armenia streamers. Wait, does this mean that I'm going to be the most watched Armenian streamer? Do we think there's anybody else who will be who streams in Armenia? Maybe that's my market to capture. Maybe I will. Maybe my thing is that I'm going to be the number one Armenian streamer. Your favorite Armenian streamer. Orange Guy, thank you for the 4 months. Orange Guy, is that you, Mr. Trump? By the way, how did that come about? A good friend of mine is Armenian, and I went with her a couple years ago. So I've already been to Armenia. So I'm going back Top 0.1%, baby. I mean, look, I was Canadian before. I can be Armenian. You know? I'm a chameleon, really. Your favorite Armenian streamer's favorite Armenian streamer. Yeah. Maybe I can get the Kardashians on. If it's like, hey, the #1 streamer in Armenia wants to interview you. How long will you be there? Technically a week, but like three days of that is travel. 2.5 days of that is travel. Thought the lib rally in you was all about not going back. No, we go back for some things. No go back is it's not, you know, it's not something that we use for everything. Some things we go back. How long is the flight? So it's 2 flights and it's a total of, it's like 24 hours of travel. Joe, my goodness. Thank you so much for the 10. Thank you for the 10 community subs to your favorite Armenian streamer. So the actual flight time, I think, is 18 hours of flight. I believe so. This song is really hitting right now. Yeah, should I raw dog my entire flight and make a TikTok out of it? Where did you go in Canada? Oh no, that was a joke because when I did Wild West last year, I did the archery stream, and because I had like 30,000 viewers or whatever. When the streaming charts came out, I was on the top 10. I was on the top 10 like biggest female streamers for that month because of that one stream. But they had me listed as Canadian. There was a Canadian flag under my name. And that's when I had to ask my mom, tell me the truth. Am I Canadian? Have you been hiding this from me my entire life? Oh, Canada. Is that why I love maple syrup? I speak like, oh yeah. Oh, yeah. A boot. Like I just say those words all the time, even when I don't mean to. So yeah, every year since Wild West was last year, every year I find out I'm a different nationality. Sea-Dog is considered an Australian New Zealand streamer because his content doesn't have enough Japanese. Isn't he British? Or no? Is he actually from... He is British. He's Welsh. Oh. How the fuck did he end up Australian/New Zealand? Does explain how when you go to the doctor, it's always free. Oh yeah, I get free health care. Sorry to rub it in y'all's faces, but that's one perk of me being Canadian. This is your Canadian accent.
Big summer blowout. Half-off swimming suits, clogs, and a sun balm of my own invention.
Wasn't this guy kind of a little evil?
Yeah?
I'm trying to remember.
Oh, great. For now,
He was like a big seemed like a big softie. And then didn't he have a little bit of evilness?
Boots?
No, he's just gay.
Winter boots and dresses?
That would be in our winter department.
Maybe. That's funny. Oh, I was reading that Anya Taylor-Joy really wants to play. She really wants to play Elsa. Wait, Elsa's the blonde one. Yeah. She really wants to play Elsa because she goes, I'm like just really into working really hard. And so a live action Frozen would be a dream come true. And I'm like, can you sing, girl? Because Elsa's singing is very difficult. Like, I don't know if this is one of those where Anya Taylor-Joy wants to push herself and work hard and take on a challenging role, so she would play the role that was originated by Idina Menzel, Adele Dazeem. I'm tired of musical movies casting actors who can't sing or sing so bad. Right. It's like, if we're going to do these fucking live action movies, can we get people who can sing? Like, actually really sing? She also said that her nieces and nephews, because her siblings all have kids, she's like, oh, it'd be so cool for them for me to play Elsa.
Not that they should necessarily do a live action version of Elsa, but it seems
Like, I'm not gonna lie, even if you're a good singer, Elsa's vocal range is incredibly difficult. She's a soprano. It's Idina Menzel. There's not a lot of people who have that range.
seems like a matter of time.
You know what's really cute about that is I had a meeting with a director who had a young.
I don't mean this to rain on Anya Taylor-Joy's parade, but I'm just saying.
Daughter who was 3, and she loved Frozen, and he asked me if she could come over and if I could pretend, and I did the whole thing. And watching this little girl's face, because I was wearing
Does
a
she
beanie
look
that
like?
said True
Does
North,
she look
and I
like
was
Elsa? Yes.
I'm from the North.
100%.
And her eyes were she was so excited. And by the end of it, she was like, can you do the magic? And I was like, if you ask me to do that, I'm going to do it. And I just saw her little eyes go, no, not the magic. Not now. She thought I was going to freeze.
Anyway, I guess she has been saying this for like almost a year now. Yeah, Idina blew out her vocal cord hitting that note once. It's an insane note. Like those are tough notes, high notes for even someone like Idina Menzel who sang and voiced Elsa. Give our Latina queen a chance, true. You know what? Let's see. Maybe I'm totally going to be blown away. Have you seen Kaylee Spaney singing? No. Please don't tell me that she's a good singer. I won't be able to stand it.
Where troubles melt like lemon drops away above the chimney tops, that's where you'll find me. Somewhere over the rainbow, birds fly.
Okay, the piano, the pianist, I'm sorry, you need to get with her. The accompanist, I meant. She's really good. She's really, really good. Kaylee is such a big fan of The Wizard of Oz, and she even played Dorothy in the Springfield Little Theater production back in 2015. Here's a clip of her singing Somewhere Over the Rainbow. The penis needs to be keeping up. Man, there are more theater kids in Hollywood than you think. I mean, duh, but also you always think that, you know, film actors, like, they don't, you know, a lot of them don't have theater training. Like, they don't come from theater. And there's a lot of successful theater kids. I hope she wasn't like a bratty theater kid. I hope she was one of the good ones. You know? Speaking of music, you're so hot. Yeah, I'm actually sweating right now. You can see the sweat on my forehead. I know that's what you meant. Hold on. Gotta turn the air down. Whew. Oofta. Being a bratty theater kid seems like a prereq. No flame. Oh, yeah. It is. Inflated egos. Okay, you guys. Are you ready to watch a true artist? Are you ready for this? Lara Trump, who is, correct me if I'm wrong, the RNC chair. I mean, obviously she's Donald Trump's daughter-in-law, but now she's also the RNC chair. Yeah. Yeah, she became the RNC chair in March. You know. So not only is she the co-chair of the Republican National Committee, she is also a musical artist. This song is called Hero. Wow, she's definitely playing piano. She's definitely.
You'll give your life just to save another life. No, this can't be your job. You gotta have it in you.
Certainly no auto-tune here.
You're risking yours for someone you don't even know. This can't be a talent.
Hey, who the fuck is that?
Must be a gift. You're going through the fire and the flames.
That's not even her.
Getting higher. You're my hero. You're my hero. You're climbing up the ladder and the screams getting louder. You're my hero. You're my hero.
Oh.
Without your bravery, we're all out of luck. No, this can't be denied. You gotta be special.
Okay. Can I just say, there's a lot to say about this, but one thing that pisses me off is when people cram too many words into a line of a song. There's too many words. There's no flow.
It takes a lot to put you last and everybody first. This can't be for likes. With your heart they can make gold.
Do you know what this is? This is AI lyrics. You want to know how I know that? Because every time we've done like, you know, fake country singing or shit like that on my stream and AI generates lyrics, there's always so many words.
Even if yours is compromised, we're both trapped under these rubble skies. It's your will, don't ever let go of a life. You're glowing through the fire and the flames getting higher. You're my hero. You're my hero. You're climbing up the ladder.
I'm sorry. Also, these outfits are so bad. I just have to say. They're giving like 2006 Charlotte Russe. Lara Trump is fucking rich. Why does this look like this?
And the screams get louder. You're my hero.
She's trying to take your Pearl look. I know.
My hero. My hero.
So are these like all dead cops and firefighters? Like, did they round up every cop and firefighter who's died? Or are these cops and firefighters who aren't dead?
My hero. You're going through the fire. The flames getting higher. You're my hero. You're my hero. You're climbing up the ladder. And the screams get louder.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're climbing up the ladder and the screams get louder? That is so dark. Those are people who are dying because they're being burned alive. The image of that. It's just like people whose skin is being burned off. Like they're melting. And also, like, the screams wouldn't be getting louder when the flames get higher, you know? The screams would be less.
You're my hero. You're my hero.
Holy shit. It's really funny that YouTube is recommending me this edit of Sabrina Carpenter and Jen Ortega. It's like, hey, do you want two girlies who are actually talented? Do you want to watch something that's actually enjoyable? What is Blux? A dynamic YouTube channel dedicated to providing high quality content in music. And that's exactly what this was. This was high quality content in music. I feel like the number of crimes that were committed in this music video because of how atrocious it was is more crimes than Donald Trump committed. Like there's more felonies to our ears and our eyeballs than Donald Trump has on his record. What was this? This was the chair of the RNC, Lara Trump's latest music creation. It's her new single. And she is still trying to make her music career happen. And, you know, it is a free country after all. We do live in America. This country is free. Everyone's allowed to make music if they want to. I bet you that there was a heavy AI hand involved in that. You know, it's funny because the other girl actually sounds like she can sing. The other girl sounds like she can sing, and it's confusing because you know this is Lara Trump's song, and so it starts off and you're like, okay, not bad, and then bad, and then
Without your bravery, we're all out of luck. No, this.
Do you think Lara Trump sent this to the group chat and was desperately hoping that her father-in-law would at least heart it, would at least give it a heart, maybe a thumbs up emoji? He does love the thumbs up. You know, he does like thumbs up over the graves of dead soldiers. So you would think that he would at least do a thumbs up over the grave of Lara's music career. Sad. It's sad. Brought a tear to my eye. He thought this, yeah, what if she was like, maybe she said, this is dedicated to our hero, the hero of our family, Donald. Kimberly Guilfoyle could never. I would love for Kimberly Guilfoyle to release a competing song. You know, I want to see what she cooks up. It's probably something real slutty. It cannot possibly be worse than Lara Trump. So let's have at it. Let's have all the women of the Trump family making music videos. I hope her next song has a music video made at the Arlington Cemetery. Yeah, with footage of Donald Trump. Because even though he said in his Lex Friedman interview that he was just doing that because the family wanted him to and he didn't need the press at all. I don't need the press. I wasn't there for the views. Yes, you were. That's why it was filmed. And so because it was filmed, Lara now has footage for her next single. Heroes. Because I think this one's called Hero. Takes a lot to put you last and everybody first. You know, this is the type of song where if you want your dogs to go crazy, if you want your dogs to go nutso, just crank this up. Not that you want your dogs to go nutso, but your dogs will go nutso. I wonder like who told Lara that she could do this. Like, who is it? Is Eric the one behind her who's like, yes, babe, you're so good. You're like Celine Dion, but better. For an AI song, it kind of slaps. Yeah, I guess for an AI song, it's pretty on par. But you know what, you guys? There's actually inspiration to be found here. If Lara Trump is putting out music and music videos, if you are somebody who's always wanted to do that, if you love music, if you wanted to make music, you should fucking do it, okay? Because Lara Trump is doing it. Lara Trump is releasing what can only be described as a flaming bag of dog shit. So let that be inspiration for you to just make anything. You know, it doesn't even have to be music. That project you always wanted to do, whatever it is, you know, do it. I feel like she mothered. Stop it. Stop it. Stop. Okay, would you guys rather listen to...
We're all out of luck. No, this can't be denied.
If you had to have a ringtone, would you rather have that? Or would you rather have sexy confident over and over again? Sexy confident or...
Without your bravery, we're all out of luck. No, this can't be denied. You gotta be special.
Those words don't even fucking rhyme. I'm sorry. Can you give us some rhyming? Give us something. There are so many words that rhyme with luck. How about fuck? Okay? I would pick sexy confident as well. I would rather listen to Caroline Kwan sing's Haircuts for 24 hours. Oh. Be careful what you wish for. Let me just say that. Be careful what you wish for, because you may get that. Ooh, great idea. Fabulous idea. Maybe my 2-year streamiversary, partnerversary, whatever, will just be me singing Haircuts over and over again. That'd be fun, wouldn't it? I prefer this. Oh, God. I forgot that this little weasel fancies himself an artist. The only satisfaction I get is picturing Ben Shapiro as a character in Game of Thrones, and you know that he's a character who would instantly die. Like he would brutally die, and it would be like he got killed by the White Walkers. It wouldn't even be a notable death. He's just like a character who pops up and then instantly dies. Why does this look like the type of shit that a 15-year-old would make? with the 3 side-by-side images of videos of him playing his violin. He'd be someone you would think was a main character and dies episode 1. No, not even. He'd be like, you know when Ed Sheeran randomly popped up in Game of Thrones and everyone was like, why is Ed Sheeran in Game of Thrones? And I think he was a Lannister soldier. And then like the episode opens up and you're like, that's Ed Sheeran. Why is he here? And you couldn't see him as anything other than Ed Sheeran. And then I don't remember if he dies or not, but that would be Ben. Ben would be like some random fuck, okay? Some random fuck who's so annoying. And for the 2 seconds that he's alive as a character in an episode of Game of Thrones, you hate him so much. And then he brutally dies. And you're like, okay, cool. I hated that guy. God, she is really getting everybody on the podcast. Okay, wait, hold on one second. Anyway, Lara Trump girl. I don't even have any advice for you other than I don't know what she's more incapable of doing. Being the co-chair of the Republican National Committee or making good music. But anyway, you do you, girl. You do you. I hope that Donald Trump gives you a thumbs up. Maybe because, actually, I've had a thought. Maybe because Donald Trump keeps getting sued by the families of artists whose songs he's using, or by the artists themselves. And so, like, recently he got sued for Hold On, I'm Coming, which used to be my intro song. And that has been a staple of Trump's campaign rallies for, 8 years. And he was sued, so he can no longer use that song. A judge just ordered him to stop using it. So maybe Trump will only be left with the option of using Lara Trump's music. Can you fucking imagine? Trump rallies are just Lara Trump songs. Maybe that's why she's making them, Maybe she's making this music for in the hope that Trump will use it. Yeah, it'll be that in Kid Rock. Kid Rock's like, hey, don't worry, I'm still here. Skilla89, thank you for the 18 months. Why does she look like a cheap blow-up doll? That is because she has had a lot of work done to her face. But the root of being looking like a cheap blow-up doll is that she sucks. She has no personality. She is nothing but simply a member of the Trump family by marriage. I mean, you look at all of them. Kimberly looks literally like a scary ass Disney villain. She is frightening. And then you've got Lara Trump, and then you've got Ivanka, whose work is better than Kim's and Lara's, but Ivanka still looks very like. They've got like dead eyes, They've got dead eyes. Ahem. Teehee91, thank you for the tier 1. Okay. What was I gonna look at next? Oh. Alexandra Cooper just signed $120 million deal with, was it Spotify or was it Sirius? I can't remember, but she just signed $120 million deal. I was looking at a chart today of the top 6 or 7 podcast deals this year. Joe Rogan, whose is like $250 million. Alexandra Cooper, the Kelsey brothers, theirs is $100 million. I think Dax Shepard's podcast maybe, or wait, they were all like celebrity podcasts, like people who are already established, like public figures, and getting paid 9 figures. Insane. I'm sorry, the Kelsey brothers getting paid $100 million for their podcast. Whew. Also, the Yarn was up there. Yeah, the Yarn signed. I think I can probably disclose it, but the Yarn signed close to an $80 million deal, which is very exciting. We were just below the Kelsey brothers. Yeah. Yeah, so next year, when our contract ends, I'm hoping that we will overtake Joe Rogan. We'll be in that number 1 spot. Oh, is this the tweet that has all the breakdowns? Yep. Joe Rogan, 250 million. Alex Cooper, 125 million. Smartless with Jason Bateman, Jack from Will and Grace, and I'm blanking on White. Fuck. Will Arnett. Thank you. My brain was not going to pull that name out of my skull. Will Arnett's podcast, 100 million. Kelsey Brothers, 100 million. Dax Shepard, $80 million. This is too much money. The Call Her Daddy former co-host must really regret letting her boyfriend. Yeah, that is maybe one of the biggest fumbles of all time. These already, it's like Dax Shepard, the Smartless guys. They're famous actors. They are so fucking rich already. Podcasts used to be for underground comedians like Mark Maron and Jimmy Pardo. Now it's filled with nothing but celebrities. Yes, podcasting has become a very lucrative business for people who are already established, for people who are already in the public eye. Just start a podcast. Easy. Is Sophia even with her HBO boyfriend anymore? Her exec boyfriend? Because if not, I don't think so. God, that I genuinely think that's one of the biggest bag fumbles of all time. Smartless has a ridiculous amount of ads too. I had to stop listening. Like, I'm sorry. For most people, I'm like, yeah, do your ad deals. Get your money, right? But for these guys, Smartless, why are they running that many ads? Do they really need that? Like, they really need to do that many ads? Okay, I don't know. I mean, all three of these guys make millions in residuals from the shows that they were a part of. And they didn't renew the contract of so many podcasts so they can give that money to the top. Exactly. There are so many podcasters who will never see even the tiniest percentage of what any one of these podcast deals are. And it makes it harder for podcasters who are not celebrities, who are not public figures already, to succeed in podcasting. The podcast space is overloaded with trash. Oh yeah. It's so oversaturated. Podcasting really exploded. Really exploded in the last, I would say, 9-ish years, last decade. And now there are just so many podcasts, and every celebrity has a podcast. Moose Soup, thank you for the tier 1.
I'm still in it, baby. I wasn't allowed to trick or treat. I wasn't allowed to eat Lucky Charms because luck is derivative from Lucifer.
What the fuck? Please tell me those are nipple piercings that are part of the shirt. Please tell me those are not her actual nipple piercings.
Derivative from Lucifer.
How was sex and relationships described to you growing up?
Wasn't really allowed to even acknowledge the opposite sex. I didn't even know how to use a tampon. I was like, do I have 8 holes? So I'm like on swim team, still wearing a fucking pad. The girls are like, girl, that's why you're last. You have a flotation device.
Did you have a type? Do you have a type?
I'm no longer attracted to narcissists.
What are some red flags that you now know? I would never put up with that now.
Anyone that is constantly changing the goalpost or pulling the rug out from you emotionally, not it. Anyone that says that they know you better than you know yourself, someone that won't just help. It's like, if I come downstairs and the kitchen is clean and you've done it all and you've done all the dishes and you've closed all the pantry doors, you better be ready to get your dick socked. I mean, like, literally, that is my love language. I don't need a red Ferrari.
Okay, so we know what Orlando Bloom's up to. Do you ever feel like a plastic bag that is a condom? You know what this just reminded me of?
Be ready to get your dick socked.
This just reminded me of, does anybody remember the tweet by Sarah Cooper, the woman who became famous and had success from making lip syncing videos on TikTok to Donald Trump? And I'll still never understand. I think it really speaks to how stupid we are in this country that she got a Netflix show because she gained millions of followers from making TikTok videos lip syncing Donald Trump. Anyway, there is a tweet of hers. Maybe somebody can find it, where she goes, no, not the bird lady. No, or not the lady who harassed the black birder. No, different Sarah Cooper. The tweet is like, my husband just said, like, he's going to vote for Kamala Harris, or it's something that's very pro Kamala Harris. And it's when Kamala Harris was running for president in 2019. And she's like, I said, would you like 2 blowjobs or 3? Is this it? Yeah. Oh my God. Husband, Kamala Harris is the perfect candidate. Me, do you want 2 blowjobs today or 3? That is this energy.
Know you better than you know yourself. Someone that won't just done it all and you've done closed all the pantry doors. You better be ready to get your dick socked. I mean, like, literally, that is.
Oh man, I just want you guys to know. Okay, I want you to know, is movie night once a week? Yes, we do. I usually do dinner and a movie on Sundays, so I'll cook and then we do film night. Had such a good time with Over the Top. That was so fun. Okay, I want you guys to know, and I swear from the bottom of my heart that even in my most lived up era, when I was the most lived up I ever was, I never would have thought or written a tweet like this. I really just need to make that clear. That's how bad this is, okay? And I also want to say when Kamala Harris was running in 2019, I was not part of the K-Hive. I know that we have discovered my tweet where I said, I'm horny. Okay. I'd like to, Your Honor, I'd like to remove that from the official court record, please. I would like for that to be stricken from the record, and the jury no longer it knows that happened. Motion denied. Fuck. Objection, Your Honor. Objection. But I would never do this, okay? I need you to believe me. Kamala Harris is the perfect candidate. Do you want 2 blowjobs today or 3? No, I would never do that. Because who wants to give a blowjob? Anyway. Anywho. Since when can we not be horny? I mean, I thought this was America. No, it is America. You're right. You're right. It reminds me of people saying they like Mark Kelly for VP because they found he was an astronaut or knew it for years. That's honestly better. That is so much better than the do you want 2 blowjobs today or 3 energy. People being like, I like Mark Kelly because he's an astronaut. That's normal, you know? That kind of shit works. I mean, it's like the Tim Walz football thing, right? A lot of people drawn to Tim Walz because he's coach. So there is certainly this nostalgia. And by nostalgia, you know, it's nostalgia, but also something that like happens today where people love politicians who like worked in honest American jobs, who have a, you know, hero type, worked in like a hero type job. So astronaut, firefighter, cop, teacher, very America core. Yes. Yeah. You know, it's like, oh, when you were a kid and you looked up to people who did those jobs. His wife is also Gabby Gifford. Oh yeah. That's that was a big part of Mark Kelly's story when he first ran for the Senate. I'm still thinking about Caroline tweet saying Bernie Bro caused Hillary to lose. Pain. We've already looked at that tweet, so I don't need even. Yeah, no, that's just a rehash for people who didn't know, because I'm open here. Ask me any AMA, right? AMA. Okay, wait. One other thing that I wanted to do before we get into news stuff. What did I want to look at? Oh, yes. This is what we're going to look at. We're going to watch the trailer for Night Bitch. Anonymous, you're correct. You knew it. Okay, you guys. This is Amy Adams' new film called Night Bitch. And if you don't know the premise of Night Bitch, I'm not going to spoil it. Just watch the trailer.
He's super cute. Do you just love getting to be home with him all the time? Yeah, I do. I love it.
You're an artist, right?
Well, I used to be.
Wow.
But that feels like a lifetime ago. So
Yeah,
totally.
definitely.
We get it. I used to be a stripper.
The before times. Yes.
Nobody in this family can clean their own butts.
No. Oh, that's okay.
If you wake him up, I will rip your throat out.
Okay, for what it's worth. I would kill to stay home with him every day.
Mama fuzzy.
I'm not fuzzy. I just feel off. Look at my teeth. See how sharp they are?
It's a little bit weird.
Motherhood, it changes you. It connects you to some primal urges.
I feel like I'm stuck.
Make up a plan, draw up a schedule. Happiness is a choice. Happiness is a choice.
I'll try. I'm never going to be smart, happy, or thin ever again. Oh, and I'm pretty sure I'm turning into a dog.
You're so funny.
Do you ever feel like the big secret is that we are gods? We fucking create life. We are so powerful. What the fuck? I could crush a walnut with my vagina. I am a woman. I am an animal. I am Night Bitch.
You're so dirty. Where did you go?
I am her run.
This is what Twilight would have been. Okay. So here's how I feel about this. This is either going to be really good or the biggest piece of shit ever. There is no in between. Like, this movie is certainly not just going to be mid. And I'm not going to say which one. I will say it's bizarre because this is based on a book, but the book is a lot darker in tone. So I think people who knew that Night Bitch was getting adapted and that it was going to be a film, I think people thought it was going to be along these psychological horror lines. And then the trailer comes out and it's giving like early 2000s comedy, you know, like the way that the trailer was cut, the tone of it, the comedy of the film, like like Adam Sandler, Apatow type of early 2000s movie. Is it not meant to be a comedy? Not like the way that it comes across in the trailer. It's very strange. It's very strange. And here's the thing too. Amy Adams, and I've talked about this multiple times, but Amy Adams is an actress who has been nominated for an Oscar 6 times and has never won. And those of us who like pay attention to that kind of stuff always joke that Hillbilly Elegy is what killed Amy Adams' career. Like, Amy Adams has been not killed her career, but like has forever been cursed from having done Hillbilly Elegy, that she will never win an Oscar. And she's one of those actresses that every time you read a list of like, you can't believe these actors or actresses don't have an Oscar, Amy Adams is always on that list because she has been in a ton of critically acclaimed films and because she has been nominated so many fucking times. And Hillbilly Elegy is like the voodoo doll for Amy Adams. So it would be hysterical if this ends up being her Oscar vehicle, even though I don't think it will be, because the Oscars typically don't like weird fare like this. And I think that's what this movie's going to be. I think it's going to be like absurd and goofy and just tonally not what the Oscars like to reward when it comes to something like the Best Actress category. You know what I'm saying? What was going on in June 2014? Oh my God. You need to, don't you have work? Don't you have work to do? Man, there are a lot of crazies in Chicago. Are you trying to cancel me? What was going on in June? I will have you know, I was at Pride festivals before you were even fucking born, okay? All right? I was shaking my ass, drinking cheap liquor at Pride festivals before you were even born. So that tweet is about the Venezuelan gangs. Exactly. Exactly. That tweet in 2014 was in anticipation of the Venezuelan gangs who are taking over this country. Yeah. Anyway. I think the worst tweet is the Harry Potter one. You know, I'm not even going to read that one. I'm not even going to read that one. Hogan, thank you for the gifted sub to Not at Work. Brio, thank you for the 2 months. Anyway, can we get back to the fucking Night Bitch trailer? So those are my thoughts on it. Those are my thoughts. Like I said, I think my dog's reaction to Night Bitch is super. I think it's either going to be great or it's going to be a flaming pile of trash. That's the second time that I've described things on this stream as a flaming pile of trash. Have you watched Sharp Objects starring Amy? Yes, I have. I think Sharp Objects has one of the most gasp-inducing endings to a show. Like, literally gasped when I watched the ending of Sharper Things. Or Sharper Things. Sharp Objects. My girlfriend acts like a dog, and I love it. Oh.
Ability just to embrace who she is.
Is this a white woman thing? Like, would I do this if I was fully white? Would I feel this urge? You know? Like, between Night Bitch and whatever the hell this is.
Right away on set.
After they met, there was one thing that Jenna had to make sure Lorenzo was on board with.
So I started first pretending that I was a puppy when I was really, really little. I would ask my mom to...
Do you feel half the urge right now? I mean, I will say a lot of times I will express that I wish I could trade lives with Farley. Not because I want to be a human dog, but because I just think life would be great if all life was about was walks, cuddles, and chicken.
Play with
this girl's a Hasanabi fan. You know, every time we are watching a video that features a bizarre individual, I swear to God, I am always told that person is a Hasanabi head. How do you know these things?
Dogs with me, so I would just be one of the dogs. And my parents always asked when I was gonna grow out of it, but I never did.
Jenna lives a puppy lifestyle and had to make sure Lorenzo would be the right owner for all her puppy needs.
When I first told him about this, he didn't shy away at all. He just was like, okay, cool. Like, so what do I need to do?
So puppy play really was something that I've learned a lot of from Jenna. Some of her needs and feelings are very similar, you know, to having a puppy, which I've never personally have had, but...
Okay, I need people to be honest in chat. If you're... Has anybody in here... Okay. Look, live your truth, but don't put it on national TV. There's a dog streamer on Twitch. I don't actually, you know what? I don't think I want to ask any questions here. I'm just going to leave it at that. I think it's one of those where I'm going to not and move on. I don't think I need to know things is what I will say, you know? Like I don't think, I think there's some things that you don't need answers to. And I think you're better off. Like I think we can all make those decisions in our lives when you go, do I need the answers to this? Do I need answers? I actually found a tweet of you at Pride Parade. Yeah, see, I told you before you were born. I'm gonna grab some water. Hold on. Okay. So this is painful for me. This is painful because I love Sigourney Weaver. I still love Sigourney Weaver. I'm gonna forgive Sigourney Weaver for this because she is Ripley. She is mother. Ripley is mother, you know? But anyway, this was at the Venice Film Festival, which is going on right now. And Sigourney Weaver was doing a press conference. And she was asked about the impact of her acting in empowering women. Which, yeah, totally. Ripley is one of the greatest female characters on screen ever. And she's receiving a Golden Lion at the Venice Film Festival for Lifetime Achievement, which is great. And so anyway, she was asked specifically about her iconic role as Ripley and how it could help make it possible for Harris to become U.S. president. So I want to blame the interviewer here for one of the stupidest fucking questions I've ever heard. So again, I know I'm already providing cover for Sigourney, but what a dumb question.
To what extent movies, cinema can make it possible that a woman like Kamala Harris could become president of the United States?
I love that question.
The question is, I'm sorry.
Yes, I understand, but I love that question because we're all so excited about Kamala and
president of the United States.
I love that question.
The question is, I'm sorry.
Yes, I understand, but I love that question because we're all so excited about Kamala, and to think for one moment that
who's we?
My work would have anything to do with her rise makes me very happy, actually, because it's true. You know, I have so many women who come and thank me. Sorry. I need my
dude, I genuinely hate the association of Ripley, who is one of my favorite characters. One of my favorite film characters of all time. I hate the association with Kamala Harris. Please. Please, man.
And see, I'm too weak too. Thank you. It's been difficult since 2016, and we're all very grateful about her.
No, because, okay, obviously, like, you guys get it. I don't have to explain. But Ripley is an actual like genuine, badass, amazing female character who's one that few female characters since Alien came out decades ago have come close to, have come close to. She's incredible. And associating that with Kamala Harris in this idea that Kamala is also a feminist, badass hero, someone that we should look up to, someone who we should emulate. Absolutely fucking not. Absolutely fucking not. The first time I saw Alien, I was enthralled by Ripley, by seeing a female character like Ripley. And even, I've seen Alien multiple times now, and I still always have that like gratitude that a female character like Ripley exists. And it pisses me off. It pisses me off to have that be connected to Kamala Harris, and Kamala Harris becoming perhaps the first female president. I get you, Buffy was like that. Oh, big Buffy fan. Huge Buffy fan. And so anyway, I'm being dramatic here, but also yuck. But also gross. Why? And this whole like, we are all so excited for Kamala. Who's we? On Harris, she added, "It's been difficult since 2016, and we're all very grateful about her." Weaver's experience as a woman in Hollywood was a through line of the conference, with the actor reflecting on aging in the business as well. Suddenly, I think they decided somehow that older women could play interesting characters and started writing a lot of older women characters. Suddenly, we stopped being a joke and a mother-in-law, and we started to be real people, because actually a lot of our audience are real people. When asked about her tendency to take on tough female characters, Weaver said it's not a conscious choice, but an inherent trait of women. "I'm always asked why I play strong women, and I always think that's such a weird question, because I just play women, and women are strong, and women don't give up. You know why? We can't. We have to do it." Yeah, like this is all great. That's all great, minus the Kamala shit. Smelly Uno, thank you for the 3 months. If it weren't Kamala, it would be Hillary linked. Oh, 100%. I mean, I'm sure the same sentiments, these great female characters that I've played will make it possible for a Hillary Clinton presidency. It's same shit 8 years ago. Yeah. We're still doing this liberal feminism. Even though I will say, I think liberal feminism has been knocked down a few pegs since the Hillary Clinton era in 2016. And that's good. But also, unfortunately, there was simultaneously a rise in far right women. So, that's not a good replacement. To be a little fair, it's not like there isn't a huge amount of excitement for, no, I understand there's a lot of excitement for Kamala. When I say we, of course I'm being like, who's we? Because a lot of us in here and a lot of people who are not liberals are not excited about Kamala Harris. But of course, there was a white women answer the call for Kamala. There were 160, however many thousand women on that call. Like there's absolutely excitement for Kamala. for many reasons. I think like Hillary, there was so much around Hillary that had to do simply with the fact that she was a woman, right? I think it's less that for Kamala. I think a lot of the excitement is that Joe Biden is no longer running. Kamala is going to take on Donald Trump. Kamala being Black and Indian, whatever. Other reasons other than just Kamala being a woman. And I will say, I think Kamala has been smart in staying away from the I'm going to be the first woman president. It's about time we have a woman president narrative that Hillary leaned so much into. Hillary Clinton's whole fucking campaign was about her being the first woman president. It was Hillary Clinton should be president because she's a woman and a woman should be president. And that, like, one of the reasons that I was so gung-ho for Hillary in 2016 was exactly that logic of we've never had a woman president. It is so far past time for us to have a woman president. I don't want my grandmother to die without there having been a woman president. Like, Hillary is a woman. She's a strong woman. She deserves to be president. She should be president because she's a woman, because we need a woman president. Like that was absolutely a big part of how I emotionally felt about Hillary Clinton. And so even though, and so it's why people like me back in 2016, is your grandma still with us? No, she passed away in 2021. Never got a woman president. But why people like me back in 2016 ignored arguments from supporters of people like Bernie Sanders, which included a lot of women, saying that Bernie Sanders' policies are better for working class women. It's like, okay, you want to support a candidate who's going to be good for women, Bernie Sanders. But because those of us who were with her, who were ride or die for Hills, because we were just fixated on this need to have a woman president, that trumped, no pun intended, that trumped the arguments of Bernie Sanders being better for working class women. And I'm not saying that it's like, oh, those are how our Hillary supporters' politics were in 2016. They weren't, but it's like there was no even listening to those truths because Hillary was the female candidate. My condolences. So anyway, what I would say is difference now 8 years later is, even though there is a lot of excitement for Kamala because she is a woman and because of like what this will mean for women and how Kamala actually could be the first woman president, Kamala herself has stayed away from that narrative. She's also stayed away from, oh, I'll be the first Black Indian president. Like she's trying to stay away from those identity markers and, and say like, I should be the president because I'm the best person for the job type of thing, which is, yeah, I mean, that's learning. That is, as much as the Democrats will, as much as the Democrats will be, purposefully obstinate and make decisions that from a political calculation standpoint are stupid, they also have changed things, and that is one of them. Like that's not Kamala who's come up with that entirely on her own. That's her, those are her advisors. That's them deciding what should we focus on, what should we not focus on, looking at the mistakes of Hillary's candidacy. They've absolutely been studying when Hillary ran for president. It's a lot of the same people. Yeah. Yep. Anyway. Anywho, oh boy. If Kamala Harris wins, it's because of Ripley. Because of Ripley in the Alien franchise, we will get Kamala Harris for president. The guy on TikTok that got canceled for saying Kamala's doing too much identity politics. Look, there's a lot you can say to criticize Kamala or to like make claims about Kamala that are true. She is absolutely not doing identity politics. In her CNN interview, when she was asked about Trump's statements on her not being black enough, and she's been asked multiple times, of course, reporters, they're looking for something juicy. She just basically says, it's silly. Next question. Like, I think she literally said next, which is smart. It's very smart of her to do. Absolutely. And it's learning from Hillary's mistakes. Okay. What do we have on the docket here? Let's look at this California AI bill that is currently being sent to the desk of Gavin Newsom. Okay, this is what I want to look at.
And other sorts of sound recording.
All right. All righty. So this is Assembly Bill 2602, and it was passed on Tuesday, which is today? No, it was passed last week. Sorry. It was passed last Tuesday by the California Senate, so now it's going to Gavin Newsom to sign. And it's actually good news in the world of legislating artificial intelligence. So this bill will prohibit employers from using AI-generated digital replicas in lieu of human performers under certain circumstances. And this bill was heavily opposed by big tech, like OpenAI. Sam Altman really opposed this bill because if the bill is signed into law, employers would not be allowed to use an AI version of a performer's voice or likeness if such usage replaces work that the performer could have done in person. If the contract of employment doesn't specify how the digital replica will be used, provided that usage deviates from already agreed upon terms, and if the performer did not have legal or union representation when the deal was made. So this is good because it will help protect this is going to help protect non-union performers, which is a lot of performers.
A bill aimed at protecting performers from the use of AI replicas will soon head to the desk of California Governor Gavin Newsom.
That's right. This legislation overwhelmingly passed the state Senate yesterday, but heads back to the Assembly for a vote on an amendment.
You're running a Discord bot to promote your stream. First of all, I don't know how Discord bots work, but yes, my mods run a Discord bot because my Discord is my community. Why would we not? Do you know that that's what streamers do? Or is this what? That's what you do. You tell people, because not everybody gets notifications from Twitch, and it's good to communicate via the Discord, which is the platform that we use to inform the community that I'm live. Maybe they're talking about the fake DMs. I don't know. You know what? Do we have a command? Do we have a command when if that is the case? No. I don't know what this chatter is talking about. I don't know what that no is in reference to. Are they claiming you're using AI by using a Discord bot? Oh, is that what they're doing? I didn't get the DM from your Discord. I got from a Roblox military sim. I'm just going to question mark that. Do you know, are you lost? Are you even in my Discord? Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? And I don't mean that as a, like, do you know who I am? Because I'm famous. I mean that as, do you know that I don't know what the fuck you're talking about? Anyway, we're moving on. Okay. Anyway, back to talking about the passing of this bill.
Now, according to Variety, this bill has been a priority for SAG-AFTRA. The Actors Union wants, quote, explicit consent, end quote, to use the digital likeness of performers.
Joining us now is the author of that article, senior media reporter with Variety, Gene Mattis. So,
okay, this guy, I remember him being like huffing the farts of AMPTP during the writers and actors strike. I remember I think he wrote for, maybe it was like one of the trades. I can't remember, but he's annoying.
Gene, during last year's SAG-AFTRA strike, one of the hottest topics was AI replicas. How does this bill actually go further than the agreement between the studios and the union?
Yeah, so that strike was specifically aimed at the major film and TV studios, Disney and Warner Brothers and so on. What this does is go much broader and sort of encompass all kinds of performances, not just, TV shows or movies, but commercials and audiobooks and other sorts of sound recordings, video game performances, anything you can think of really that involves a performance is now, or will be when the governor signs this, protected in the same way as the TV and film contract protects people.
And it's interesting to see this happen in California while a lot of productions have moved to other states like New Mexico or Georgia.
Oh, I didn't realize my music was still playing. I'm so sorry. I have my music turned all the way down my Go XLR.
Of cheaper production values, I wonder if the state is looking at this as a way of attracting more business back, because as you say, the union makes the case that it's not just for actors. This impacts effectively all the entertainment industry workers.
Yeah, I think on this kind of issue, California really does kind of set the pace, for performers. For their, California has a long-standing likeness right that not all states have. That's sort of industry standard, and wherever you go, if you want to take your production to Georgia or New York or someplace else, you're really still going to have to abide by the California standard. So, they do in the film and TV contract that applies nationwide. So that is not as much of a concern.
It just sounds like a nightmare for any person to find that AI has created a replica of their likeness, right? And is
you
being
and I
used.
both share that feeling, Lana, for
We
sure.
don't like that idea, but talk to us about the other bills that the union is pushing to address threats that are associated with artificial intelligence.
Yeah, I mean, that is a big concern that the unions have, that, if you go work one day on a commercial and you sign a contract that says, I'm giving away the right to my face and my voice, in perpetuity throughout the universe, et cetera, that some lawyer could come along later and say, well, you've given us the right to use AI to make a replica of you and to put you in, a whole ad campaign for something else that you never endorsed or whatever. And so that's really what this bill is aimed at. Other bills they're looking at are things that would extend a sort of post-mortem right to a digital replica. So the estate of an actor would have the right to say yes or no to the use of an AI replica in these contexts. They're also looking for a federal law. It's called the No Fakes Act that's been proposed that would sort of give everybody, not just performers, but every human being, the right to consent for the use of a digital replica of themselves. So, the idea of, somebody using your face and making you say something you didn't say, theoretically in the future you could sue them for that.
All right, Jean Mattis, thank you.
Thank you, Jean.
Yeah, so the No Fakes Act would I believe help victims of deepfakes, because we don't have, even though they're working on legislation. What was the bill that we covered? There's a bill right now that will make it so victims of AI can, I think, civilly go after perpetrators of AI deepfakes. I think is it AOC's bill? But anyway, I believe that the No Fakes Act would also help with combating the combating the proliferation of AI deepfakes, because what it will do is it protects your voice and your visual likeness from any and all individuals who are recreating your likeness from generative AI. We are thrilled that one of our top legislative priorities, Bill AB 2602, has passed in the state of California, said Duncan Crabtree Ireland, National Executive Director and Chief Negotiator of the Screen Actors Guild, American Federation of Television and Radio Artists. The bill, which protects not only SAG-AFTRA performers but all performers, is a huge step forward. Voice and likeness rights in an age of digital replication must have strong guardrails around licensing to protect from abuse. This bill provides those guardrails. Yeah. So this is really important, because if you are not protected by a union, if you're not covered by a union, then you have no recourse for companies exploiting your likeness by using AI. And I wonder, I don't know the answer to this question, but I wonder if, as the video game strike is ongoing, so right now video game actors who are a part of SAG-AFTRA are on strike against video game companies, specifically over the issue of AI, as the major video game publishers refused to even put any language in the contract whatsoever. I wonder if, as that is being, I don't know how long that strike is going to last. So in the interim, this may be a way to protect those performers, even though those are union performers, because they're part of SAG-AFTRA, but maybe able to protect them as AI, and AI provisions are being negotiated. AB 2602 is one of the 3 bills that SAG-AFTRA has helped draft in an effort to codify AI protections for performers into law. Some tech companies have pushed back on the legislation, urging caution against over-regulation. Don't you fucking love that we don't have legislation to combat companies exploiting humans with AI? And these tech companies are like, whoa. That's over-regulation. It's like, we don't have any fucking regulation in the first place. The union's fight for AI restrictions extended this week to the picket lines where striking video game actors continued to pressure developers to meet their demands. Performers doing voiceover motion capture work in the video game industry participated in a demonstration Wednesday outside the Warner Brothers lot in Burbank as part of their ongoing contract campaign. AI also emerged as a major sticking point during last year's writers and actors strikes. SAG-AFTRA is striking this contract so that members working in interactive media, video games, can continue earning a living doing the job that they love. Our members' work and likenesses are being exploited by artificial intelligence, and video game companies have refused to offer a fair deal that addresses this existential threat. The video game companies have expressed disappointment in the union's decision to call a strike when the two parties were so close to a deal. maintaining that they are prepared to resume negotiations. We have worked hard to deliver proposals with reasonable terms that protect the rights of performers while ensuring we can continue to use the most advanced technology to create great entertainment experiences for fans. I love that they're like, we were so close to the deal. So close to the deal, minus AI, which is an even bigger problem for voice actors than it is for non-voice actors or video game actors. How the fuck do you determine likeness? Do you mean like what is likeness, or how do you actually, like, what technology can they use to, like, determine if AI has stolen the likeness of a performer, be it their face, their body, their voice? What's up, Speed Razor? Okay. Well, anyway, while I'm waiting for your response there, let's watch this more perfect.
We are at Gate 5 at Warner
video.
Brothers
More
here in
perfect
Los
video.
Angeles, and we are picketing against video game employers.
Also, if you're a VTuber, what protection do you have from your voice being replicated and you just cut out of profits or forced to graduate? Yeah, I mean, this is all part of the, it's all part of the same existential issue. And it's why having these bills protect non-union performers as well as union performers will help people like VTubers.
This is our first day of picketing on this strike. We are fighting a battle that goes beyond just this one contract or even just our own membership, because AI is going to affect all of us.
Video game performers tend to work in the closet in small little spaces, so when you let us out here, we get really rabid. It's great to see each other. It's great to support each other.
Video game performers do the voice acting, motion capture, and inspire characters for the world's biggest video games. Call of Duty.
Speed Razor, thank you so much for the 20 community subs. Do you want to know the funny thing? I was just texting Nico because he told me he's about to be here, and so I heard the sound of my alert, and I thought it was in the video. I thought it was in the More Perfect Union video. I was like, oh, that's my alert sound. Oh, dumb. So dumb. Thank you so much, Speed Razor.
Final Fantasy, Fortnite, and more.
They come to us to ask how heroes sound and what they look like and what they do, and we're going to show them.
They're striking 10 video game studios and production companies because after 2 years of contract negotiations, they still can't agree on artificial intelligence protections.
A very small number of very large corporations are holding the entire industry hostage.
I was Donna Beneviento in Resident Evil Village. I did most of the body capture for the women in Immortals of Avium. I am the Rancor in Star Wars Vader Immortal, so if you played that, you definitely had to kill me. So when I'm crawling around on the ground for 8 hours a day, creating these monsters that you have to fight, they are telling me that I am not a performer, that all I am is data. So what they intend to do is take our data, make a model out of it, and then they use that model instead of us.
The basic protections we're looking for are when they use any kind of digital replication of a performer's voice, their face, their movement, that they have the right to say yes or no to that, and they have the right to be compensated for that.
Imagine a situation.
There's a company that announced it's launching a creative studio for YouTubers that uses generative AI to help them brainstorm video ideas, titles, concept art, and even different parts of video's storyline. I mean, AI, there's already AI YouTube videos galore. Like, AI has already infiltrated YouTube, and people are using it to create YouTube videos. You know who I bet is perking up at the sound of that? James, what's his name? From the H-Bomber video, who has, of course, been cast out. But I'm sure he's like, oh, wait a second. You mean I can just use I can just use this. James Somerton, yes.
Where there's an avatar of you that can say things that you never consented to say and that you're never compensated for. That's a really dangerous environment, not only for performers, but for the general public at large.
I also worry that AI could make it where existing, talented, established artists have to compete against their own digital replica for work.
You come to me, you tell me what you intend to do, you get my...
It is literally, I am my own worst enemy. We really need regulation. What we really need regulation on is how AI algorithms are trained. Companies should have to document and make publicly available their training material. Absolutely. And there are some AI companies that are open source, and there are some that are closed source. There's pros and cons to both, but I think how companies are training their AI is something that should be made publicly available. Because the other question too is like, how do you keep track of where the companies are getting their training material from? So like, if you are somebody whose work and likeness has been stolen by a company with generative AI technology, how do you know that? Like, where's the trail you can point to?
Permission, you pay me. That's fair. It allows the use of this tool. It's reasonable. It's feasible. We have employers signing those agreements that have those terms exactly as they are for much, much lower budgets than the folks like here.
In terms of the compensation factors, we haven't even really fully explored that because they haven't agreed to the consent provisions yet for all of the performers that we need to. So, from their point of view, if they don't need to get consent, they don't have to compensate.
One day longer,
one day stronger.
Thank you. I'm a performance capture artist. I work in video games doing flips and tricks and getting beaten up and all the fun stuff.
Great thing about what we do is that a lot of actors, a lot of performers can come together to create a perfect character. So that being said, I had a hand in these characters: Spider-Man, Venom, Rhino, Vulture, Electro, Shocker, Scorpion, Aunt May. Every single civilian on the ground level, every single goon you beat up, I have had a hand in bringing those people to life.
Being able to do a backflip is one thing. Being able to do a backflip on command is another thing. Being able to do a backflip on command in different ways, landing on a certain object, going across a gap, augmenting the way I do my tricks to make it look like somebody who has just gotten superpowers for the first time. We aren't even saying that these companies can't use AI. What we're asking for is that if they are going to use me, that I get paid for it.
The AAA company.
Yeah, so that's what a lot of video game actors and really just performers in general are stressing. Pay that man his money, is the understanding that this technology is here, right? Like, this technology is not going away, and it can be used to help performers. It can be used in positive ways to assist creatives, but that first and foremost, putting in basic protections, which the major video game publishers have not agreed to. So, having that question, having that debate over AI itself as, as like the merits of AI, et cetera, it doesn't matter, because we don't have basic protections against AI for groups of performers like video game performers. And that needs to happen first, and everything else comes after that, right?
Video games make so much money that it dwarfs TV, film, and music combined. And we are just asking for enough to cover
Not against just AI, but basic protections for all working class people. Exactly. Like, this is about basic protections for workers. All workers should be guaranteed that.
Our rent.
A report in March by the game engine company Unity found that 62% of video game studios were already using AI, largely for world building, prototyping, and coding. 46% of engineers are also starting to use it for character animation.
This fight isn't against the people that we work with day in and day out. It's not the animators, it's not the directors, it's not the people that we make these genuine connections with making these beautiful games. It's the people who want to sit in an office and count their dollar bills that want to tell you what you do and assign the value of what you do.
I'm just dying laughing at the difference between the writers, the actors, and the video game performers strikes. The writers were like, they're writers. You know, these are people who don't leave their fucking houses, with the exception of writers who are also like writer actors. A lot of writers are, you know, it was just a different vibe. And then you had the actors where the picket lines got significantly hotter when the actors also went on strike. And then you've got the video game performers where they are out here doing fucking flips. Like, they are goddamn chads, man. Look at this.
The most frustrating aspect of this negotiation, not just for us, but for everybody in general, is the lack of respect that's shown to a human being by a corporation. We won AI protections in TV theatrical. We refined them in animation. We have to build upon them in interactive because AI protections aren't going to reach through to everyone.
It could very well potentially replace us. And I don't say us, the entertainment union, I mean us, labor, workers. We're the canary in the coal mine. We have to fight it so that the next union who feels threatened by it, they have a framework to stand on.
We have to win this fight to set the precedent for the workforce at large.
And we'll be out here doing this until we have a fair contract.
I just also want to say shout out to, I think it was at the beginning here. Let me see.
We are at Gate 5 Lawyers.
No contract, no ease.
This is our first day of picketing on this strike. We are fighting a battle that goes beyond just this one contract or even just our own membership, because AI is going to affect all of us.
Video game performers tend to work in the closet in small little spaces, so when you let us out here, we get really rabid. It's great to see each other. It's great to support each other.
Video game performers do the voice acting, motion capture, and inspire characters for the world's biggest video games.
And what they do, and we're gonna show them.
They're striking 10 video game studios of contract negotiations. They still official protections.
Very large corporations are holding the entire industry.
This is Donna Beneviento in Resident Evil Village. I am the Rancor that you definitely had. That all I am is data. Use that model instead of us.
The basic protections we're looking for are when they use any kind of digital...
Sorry, I was looking for Sean Astin. He was somewhere in the background of the video. It's not that important. Oh, wait. It's right here. It's right here.
Folks like here.
In terms of the...
Right there. He is... I bet you he's just a really nice guy, you know? Because he has been... He has shown up over and over again. And Sean Astin, he's a big celebrity, right? Like, he's a multi-millionaire. And yet he has... Oh, I think that's Nico. What do you need from me?
Honestly, nothing besides your camera that you want to use.
Nothing but the camera. Okay. It is... Where did I... Yeah. There you go. Nico is a person, yes. He really exists. He's not AI. No. Just let me know if you need anything. Thank you. Maddie Thighs, thank you for the 22 months. Anyway, shout out to Sean Austin, who has really been one of the biggest celebs who's supported striking performers. Yeah, he just seems like the sweetest. I can't carry it, but I can carry you, Mr. Frodo. Okay, wait, I wanted to look at one more thing. Oh, this is Jennifer Hale. Jennifer Hale, who I think is the voice of Bayonetta, if anybody is a Bayonetta fan. But she's also done voice work for Avatar, The Last Airbender, Star Wars, The Clone Wars, Baldur's Gate, X-Men 97, and is one of the most recognizable voices in video games. Yeah. So she was interviewed about the video game strike, and here's what she had to say. AI is coming for all of us, because the truth is AI is just a tool like a hammer. If I take my hammer, I could build you a house. I could also take that same hammer and I can smash your skin and destroy who you are. Whew. Hale emphasizes the existential nature of the conflict, making this strike particularly difficult. She says SAG-AFTRA's latest counteroffer to video game companies has been included in the current interim agreement signed by nearly 70 developers. The actor explains how the National Association of Voice Actors has gone before Congress with congressional bills such as the No Fakes Act, which would protect people's voice and visual likeness against generative AI. She urges fans to call their representatives to vote for bills like this. If you use something that originated in our body or our voices, can we please get paid? Because now you're using technology to take away our ability to feed our kids. One of the first video game franchises Hale ever worked on was Metal Gear, in which she voiced female lead Naomi Hunter. Hale explains that she was paid scale for 2 sessions totaling $1,200, while the game itself would go on to gross around $176 million. This is another point of contention, and one that I absolutely agree video game performers are entitled to, but residuals from games. So the video game companies once upon a time argued that, oh, well, we're just we're a newer industry. We're not like the film industry. We can't give you all the things that film and television actors have in their contracts. And then the video game industry went on to become a $100 billion industry. It is fucking massive. And these games like Metal Gear generate profits to the tune of $176 million. But the performers who do the work in those games, they don't get any of that. They get what they get. They get paid scale for the hours that they work, and then nothing other than that. So that's another thing that is being negotiated in this contract. What I wish everyone would do was to keep asking the actual question, which is, there's a lot of money being made here. Where is it going? And in the current setup, the way our system operates and this whole idea of shareholder supremacy, it's flowing to the 1%. If you flow so much money, you can't even feed the people who made it possible. So this is basic, this is basic worker rights and protections for workers, and workers needing to be compensated for the profits that they generate. And the issue of AI, even though it being an existential issue makes it one that's been complicated in the negotiations over the last year and a half with entertainment industry unions, it's simple. It's if you are using the likeness of a performer, they need to be compensated for it. Just plain and simple, you know? I mean, also they should be able to consent, and that consent shouldn't be coerced. But since this is something that, you know, 62% of video games are already using AI in some capacity, the performers who the human performers whose work and whose likeness is being taken need to be compensated for that. And ideally it would be, you know, ideally what it would be is that, okay, AI is here. All right. People are using this technology. Workers should never, human performers should never be in a situation where the AI is being used to replace them. They do not have any consent over their own likeness. They are not being compensated for the use of their likeness, like just these basic protections. I don't know if in the long run AI will be stopped in gaming and movie studios. Only ways if it's not. AI is not just in gaming and film. Like there are careers that have pretty much been wiped out because of the use of AI. So copywriting, for example, copywriting is something that a lot of people in the creative arts, especially writers, have turned to copywriting as a side gig. Great way to pay your bills. You know, it's related to what it is that that you actually want to do, or that you're doing, or you're trying to do. But copywriting is something that has really been overtaken by AI, and a lot of people whose business, whether it be their main business or their side business, but their business is copywriting, have struggled, have lost a lot of that business because of AI. Coding is on the way out because of AI. Yeah. Do you remember when the answer to, you can't get a job in this field, or a college degree is worth less now? You should get into coding. It was like everyone was getting into coding. The big tech companies were like, yeah, everybody should do coding. And now coding is something that has been extremely affected by AI. Yeah. The irony in it being a job in tech being overtaken by technology. How long should you have copyright over your voice acting character? You should have copyright over your voice forever. That's your likeness. There should be no expiration date on how long you own the rights to your voice and to your face. This is literally me. Got laid off 6 months ago from a software dev job after 5 years. Oh gosh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope that you have gotten a new job in the last 6 months, or will get a new job soon. Oh, okay. Great.
Do you need anything else?
I don't think so. I'll message you.
Sounds good.
If I do. Okay. Did you have anything else to do on this side? Oh my God. Do you want anything before you go?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Your phone is ready to go, or do you need any?
I think so. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Yeah. I'll just message you if I think of anything though.
Sounds good.
Okay. Cool. Also, I sent Thank you. Yeah, I'll message you if I have questions. This is what always happens. Yeah, Nico's helping me. Thank you, Nico. Nico was helping me get my IRL bag. Well, I'm borrowing Cuties for my Armenia trip, but he came over to help get that all set up. And he was like, do you have any questions? And of course, I'm like, no, I don't. But you know I'm going to. You know I'm going to have hella questions. I just can't think of anything right now. I'm like, no, I think I've got it all figured out. He was like, do you have any questions with your phone? Because I got a phone and a tripod for the phone too, in case the backpack doesn't work. He's like, do you have any questions on that? I'm like, no. I think I'm good. Anyway, okay, did I finish this? Yeah, I think I did. Okay. Okay. Anyway. Anywho. What do I want to... Are you going to do a test stream? I don't have time to do that. I got to leave tomorrow. Okay, next story. Let's look at the student protests resuming.
Students at Columbia...
Okay. So school is back in session. And that means that the protests on school campuses is resuming. But what a lot of universities did over the summer was work on implementing new policies and fortifying their campuses to make it harder for the protests. And students who go to USC showed up to the first day of classes and were shocked to find how locked down shit was. And it's like, oh, I'm so glad that over the summer, this is what these universities spent time and money on, was implementing new rules to make it more difficult for protesters to convene on campus and protest the university's involvement with Israel and with Israeli businesses.
For years, access to the USC campus in the heart of Los Angeles was open to the public. Now, it resembles more of a fortress. A new fence has been erected.
Yeah. So most universities, the public can go onto campus. Like that's a thing that you can do. Except now, not so much.
And for the first time, USC students have to line up and get their IDs scanned in order to enter campus. These security measures come after pro-Palestinian encampments were taken down last spring in protests that divided the student population.
I think it's a little excessive because it could be annoying when trying to enter school. And I don't know why there's, so much security just for going to university.
Tensions at this elite private university escalated after USC officials
I don't know what this voiceover is.
pulled the commencement speaking slot from the valedictorian who was accused of being pro-Palestinian and anti-Semitic. Later, police arrested 93 people in a violent clash in the middle of campus. Some students feel these new policies and restrictions are necessary after those incidents.
I do think now that the school year has restarted, that it is helpful in a sense just to keep everything died down. Everyone's still allowed to have their opinions, share their political ideas, but let's try to keep it in more of maybe like a classroom setting.
Across California, administrators from colleges and universities have made it clear that there will be zero tolerance for encampments in the new school year. And these measures might be working. Last week, students across several Bay Area universities kicked off fall semester with pro-Palestinian rallies, but no encampments were installed, while a recent federal court order banned encampments at the University of California. And at USC, protesters barred from...
This sounds like the previous... Jesus Christ. This sounds like the previously on Lost voice. I know. Previously on Lost. Fuck. Nico, are you still here? Nico! No, he's gone.
Congregating inside the school are now demonstrating outside of campus in much smaller numbers.
I think it's just a blatant act of repression, specifically targeted to pro-Palestinian voices on campus.
Still, some parents of the incoming students welcome these new safety precautions.
I just want to make sure when students come here that people have a safe experience, and if it does infringe on that, it's unfortunate if that's their views, but for me as a person caring about young people in here, I'd rather have our young people safe and protected.
Okay. Do we know why the young people aren't safe? Do we know why during the protests young people, students, were not safe?
Now, all eyes are on UCLA, the site of the biggest clashes in California between pro-Israeli and
do I need to answer that question?
pro-Palestinian supporters. The school still has weeks to go before the fall quarter opens in late September, and officials are anxious that tensions will flare up again in the coming school year. Martin Markovitz, TRT World, Los Angeles, California.
Yeah, and now also NYU, and I'm sure other schools will follow suit, or other schools have followed suit. NYU updated their code of conduct, their code of student conduct. So now students who speak out against Zionism, which is a nationalist movement, it is a political ideology movement, will risk violating the school's non-discrimination policies. That's what NYU decided to do as a way to meet the students' demands. They're like, oh, yeah, actually now, if you talk about Zionism, that's bigotry. And we can hold you accountable for violating our student conduct code. All right. Let's watch.
Students at Columbia University are starting class today amid backlash from the school's report on anti-Semitism. The report from the Task Force on Anti-Semitism says the school failed to stop hate
a nationalist ideology for another country
and violence against Jewish students on campus during pro-Palestinian protests. The school is now under new leadership after the former president, Manoush Shafiq, resigned last month after months of college protests over the Israel-Hamas war. Executive Director of Jews for Racial and Economic Justice and Columbia alumni, Audrey Sassoon, joins me now for more. Audrey, thank you for coming on. I want to ask about this task force because these were faculty members interviewing nearly 500 students, and they found Jewish students said they were threatened, attacked, shunned.
I've watched this. I've watched this video, so I know that this woman, she makes fair and just points about the student protesters and about why they're protesting. My frustration is that this is going to this is just a continuation of talking about how students who are Jewish saying that they feel unsafe, and how universities have formed anti-Semitism, combating anti-Semitism groups, and are treating all the claims of anti-Semitism as factual. And even though we know that a lot of students saying that they are experiencing anti-Semitism is because they are Zionists and because they have participated in Zionist counter protests and because the student protesters who are for Palestine are protesting against Zionism. But additionally, there's none of this for Palestinian students or Muslim students who have also experienced physical and verbal threats. The complaints that they file with their university are not being taken seriously at all. There's nothing that's being done about it. It's like, oh, if you are Muslim, if you are Palestinian, sorry. Nothing that we're going to do at all. Like, do you think that there are combating Palestinian orgs that are being started by these universities? Like, do you think that there are groups whose goal is to reduce the anti-Palestinian discrimination or just the anti-Muslim discrimination? No, not at all.
And harassed on campus during those protests. So what do you make of those findings and what stood out to you most from this report?
Yes, thank you for having me. I would say, first of all, I would just step back.
Not even Muslim. Yeah, I mean, Arab, Muslim, Palestinian. And like if you wear a hijab, if you have a keffiyeh on, if you are brown, if, you know, there are so many students who have reported violence against them, and their schools who are supposed to, you know, who are saying that they're here to protect students, that they care about student safety, and that's why they're forming these anti-Semitism task forces. They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit about those students. They don't give a shit about students who are not Jewish. That's what they're showing.
And just define anti-Semitism. The report has a working definition of anti-Semitism, and I want to just state for the record, anti-Semitism is in fact discrimination, prejudice, hostility, or violence against Jews as Jews or Jewish institutions as Jewish. And a lot of what I read in that report, much of it qualifies as that. There is harassment and there is intimidation and there are incidents that should be concerning. That said, one of what the big takeaway I have from this report and the whole approach of this task force is that one thing we know at Jews for Racial and Economic Justice and that we have been organizing around is that when we isolate anti-Semitism from other forms of bigotry, we actually don't make Jews any safer. So I read the report and I feel for the students on campus right now. This is an incredibly difficult time. And students are experiencing a range of emotions. But what we could and should be doing to make all students feel safer on campus is actually convening a task force for harassment and discrimination against all students. That includes anti-Palestinian, that includes anti-Arab, anti-Muslim, anti-Black.
Yes, she's correct.
When we fight all of them together, we have a much better understanding of how these systems operate and how they're manifesting on campus.
Yes. And the thing too is that this isn't happening, of course not, because on college campuses, the university leaders have largely decided that protesting Zionism is being anti-Semitic, just like our fucking government is saying, and the government of Israel is saying. But there needs to be a distinction between students, Jewish students who are facing anti-Semitic attacks because largely the conflation of Judaism with Zionism has led to an increase in anti-Semitism when the state of Israel, who is committing genocide, says, oh yeah, we represent all Jews, we stand for all Jews are the state of Israel, therefore everything that Israel does is for Jewish people everywhere. That leads to a rise in anti-Semitism. But there needs to be a distinction between Jewish students who are experiencing anti-Semitism versus Jewish students saying they're experiencing anti-Semitism, when what it is they are part, maybe they're taking part in these Zionist counter protests, and they're being confronted by Palestinian protesters. You know what I'm saying? So like, there's a distinction there. If a Jewish student is walking on campus and has a yarmulke on, or wearing a Star of David or whatever, something that symbolizes their Jewish identity, just like students who wear hijab, who wear keffiyeh, are being targeted because of those external symbols of their identity, then that is, then that is anti-Semitism, and that does need to be addressed. But as we know, a lot of the reports of anti-Semitism, and when you look at what like the ADL reports in their uptick in anti-Semitism, they include anything that is an attack on Zionism or the state of Israel, that it has all just been thrown into one pot. There is no distinction between real anti-Semitism and opposition to Zionism.
Yes.
And Audrey, you were working on campus last semester when these pro-Palestinian encampments started.
These protests in Israel are against U.S. Yeah. The protests in Israel, the Israelis who are protesting their government are anti-Semitic.
What's the climate like for students then?
To be clear, JFREG supported the student protesters' right to protest, and we had some members of our organization. We organized Jewish New Yorkers to build a New York where we all have the freedom to thrive, and so we had members who were protesting and who were on campus, and we supported as a whole the movement for the freedom of speech of students, and the tradition in which students were participating to speak out against injustice. This was the climate on campuses was fraught. It was difficult. I think this is a moment when people's long-held beliefs and ideologies are being challenged actively and in real time. And the wider global context is that there is a genocide and mass atrocities and war crimes happening in Gaza.
I'm so surprised that ABC brought this woman on to talk, that they didn't just bring on some rabid Zionist who is, just spewing propaganda. They actually brought on someone who uses the word genocide.
And now in the West Bank, as we see. And so what I'm concerned about with this report is we're going back onto campuses now, 3 months later. Students have
this is balanced.
Speak out and
this is fair.
Be a part of a movement for justice. And they're now being told, I think with this task force and with these recommendations, ultimately that there's some muddy definitions in this task force report about what is and isn't anti-Semitism, and it is perfectly legitimate to speak out against the actions of the state of Israel. And so when you conflate those things, I think we're going to have a real problem of free speech on campus coming up this fall.
So, Audrey, students are heading back to school today there. The university's interim president released a statement acknowledging harm done by anti-Semitism on campus and pledged to make changes. So what kind of changes do you think the university should make? And how do you think you handle situations like this going forward?
I think that there should be a law. Where does Shai Davide teach? Where is he a professor? I can't remember. Wherever he's a professor. They should implement a rule that students are allowed to slap him. He's at NYU. Oh, he is at Columbia, right? Yeah. When he's doxing and harassing students, he's a professor. He's a fucking professor. And he's also the biggest crybaby in the world. But anyway, if I were the university president, I would say, you know what? He's fair game.
Acknowledging the two things you just pointed out, right? That you believe people
should be able to bitch slap Shai Davide.
this freedom of speech, this ability to protest against what's happening with the Israeli government in Gaza if people feel that they are against the way that's being handled, without then also actually threatening and jeopardizing the safety or security of Jewish students on campus?
Yes, I think first of all, they need to be looking at the experiences of all the students. So to be clear, I think we need, anti-Semitism is real, it is dangerous, and it is happening. I think there have been more studies done that show that actually the overlap between hostility towards Zionism and hostility towards Jews is not actually what this report makes seem. So there's a new Brandeis report about this. And so I think that they need to be much better about teasing out. One of the ways in which anti-Semitism has been used in this current political climate has been as a political cudgel. As a cudgel, they're muddying the waters about what isn't anti-Semitism. And this fight about defining anti-Semitism has made it very hard for people to express themselves freely. And while also ensuring that all students feel safe and secure on campus. Everyone needs to be doing that. I do think Jewish students need more support to wrestle with the big feelings and the big experiences that they're having. I don't think they have been prepared, and I think we can say a lot more about that and why that is.
What they should have, what task forces, they should have a task force that is deprogramming Jewish students who were raised Zionist. How about that? You know, I think that's something that would be helpful, right? Jewish students who are struggling with everything that's going on, and as she was just talking about, they should have a task force to help those Jewish students de-Zionize, deprogram.
In terms of how how our major institutions, Jewish institutions have prepared or not prepared.
For all Zionist students, absolutely. Absolutely. Of course. It's like, give them the space, give them the, have educators like her have spaces on campus for students who were raised Zionist to be deprogrammed of that Zionism. For any brainwashed counter to birthright trips. Right, exactly. Like, if you have gone on a birthright trip, the propaganda is even that much more deep-seated within you. Like, a birthright trip is designed to fully propagandize you into fully supporting Israel and and everything that it stands for. How about ex-IDF soldiers that are now anti-Zionist? Like, that's what I'm talking about, Host ex-IDF soldiers. Host former Zionists, right? Host educators who can who can provide the experience and a place for students who were raised Zionist to come and to like hear from people who have been there, type of thing. Even the name birthright is instilling you that the land you've ever been to is your right to be on. Yes, this is your birthright. You're right because of your birth. Willful misinterpretations in the chat, always. I'm just ignoring it. I'm ignoring anyone who's willfully misinterpreting what I'm saying. You know exactly what I'm fucking saying. And if you are being obtuse about it, that's on you. You know what you're doing.
Jewish students for this moment. But I think it is also the case that I read many incidents in there where I wondered, on the one hand, where I was like, that is unacceptable, and others where I wondered, what is the rest of the story here? And what was the experience of the student? What happened What happened to the Palestinian student in this situation? What happened to the protester in this situation? Like what else is going on? And I don't.
We all have to be deprogrammed from propaganda that we spent our entire lives believing. Okay, like hello, hello. If you live in the United States of America, you are raised to believe in the strength and the might of the United States. You are raised to believe in a military first approach, especially if you, if you were a kid in the early 2000s and, in the aftermath of 9/11, like that was hammered into us hard. De-empirize. Yeah.
I think the university has a responsibility to look at the full picture. And so I think that's one of the things that I would argue, and they need to create a task force on harassment against all students, not just Jews. That is what will make Jews safer. We know that. It is what makes all of us safer.
All right, Executive Director of Jews for Racial and Economic Justice, Audrey Sasson. Audrey, thank you.
If you are a leftist, you've gone through deprogramming. Yeah, but there's still always pockets of pockets of propaganda that you might not know because you don't know until you know. And for me, I feel like being leftist is not just in the things leftists believe in, but it's this understanding that you're always working, you're continually working to deprogram yourself, to get rid of any and all propaganda that has been instilled in you. It's always learning and relearning and identifying blind spots, identifying things that you even as your politics have moved to the left, things that you still believe that when you examine it actually doesn't align with a leftist worldview. No one is immune to propaganda. Right. Exactly. No one is immune to propaganda. And, even those in good faith are affected by propaganda, and it's learning how to identify it and how, when you have deprogrammed yourself in other things, then it makes it easier to continue to do that. Yeah. You would not be aware if you were propagandized into having an idea you have. Right. Okay. What do I want to take a look at next? What else do I have in my title?
After 11 months of devastating
look at this. This is a victory, a victory of sorts. So there have been countries who have stopped aid to Israel because it can actually happen. Like that is something that the governments of countries who send aid to Israel, sell weapons to Israel, that is something that they are capable of doing. So even though the United States is not doing that, make no mistake that is perfectly possible. So just a quick list here of countries who have banned or restricted arms sales and then ones who haven't. In Britain, the Foreign Secretary David Lammy announced on Monday that London was suspending 30 of the 350 existing arms licenses. So not perfect, but it's something. He cited a 2-month internal review that found Israel, as an occupying power, had not fulfilled its duty to ensure the delivery of supplies essential to the survival of the population of Gaza. The decision, criticized by rights groups as a half measure, does not include UK-made parts for F-35 advanced fighter jets that Israel is using. So again, not ideal, but better than nothing. In Italy, the foreign minister Antonio Tajani announced in January that Rome had decided after the 7th of October, the day Hamas attacked Israel, sparking the war in Gaza, to send no more weapons to Israel. However, the government has since conceded that previously signed deals were being respected. Italy is the third biggest supplier of military equipment to Israel, but contributes less than 1% of Israel's total arms imports, according to the London-based research charity Action on Armed Violence. Spain has been good. The Spanish foreign minister Jose Manuel Albarra said in January that Spain had not sold arms to Israel since October 7th. In May, the government went further, announcing that it would ban ships carrying weapons to Israel from docking at Spanish ports. Yes, that is effective. Madrid has been one of Europe's most critical voices on the Gaza offensive. Canada's parliament in March agreed in a non-binding vote to halt future military sales to Israel. The Foreign Affairs Minister, Melanie Joly, told the Toronto Star at the time that the arms shipments would stop. It is a real thing, she said. Belgium. In Belgium, a federal, state, local authorities have restricted weapons sales to Israel. The Belgian government has also campaigned for an EU-wide ban. Netherlands. A Dutch court in February ordered the government to stop supplying F-35 fighter jet parts to Israel because of the clear risk of serious violations of international humanitarian law. However, the ruling did not cover components sent to states such as the U.S. that then could be delivered to Israel. Okay, no ban on arms sales. The U.S. Because of controversy over weapons sales, the U.S. and many other countries do not disclose full details of their arms trade. However, according to the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, Washington is Israel's biggest military backer, providing an estimated 69% of its foreign-sourced weapons. Joe Biden has criticized Israel's conduct, describing its bombing campaign as indiscriminate. Okay, this is being very generous. But the president has refused to halt the sale of U.S. bombs. The administration may have suspended shipments of heavy bunker-busting bombs to Israel, but resumed some deliveries in July. Germany. About 30% of global arms exports to Israel come from Germany, according to the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute. Sales include portable anti-tank weapons and rounds of ammunition for automatic or semi-automatic firearms. Germany, which is like, oh, don't worry, Israel, we've got your back because the Holocaust. Berlin considers support for the Jewish state a matter of Staatsräson, or reason of state, because of its responsibility for the Holocaust. So Germany killed 6 million Jews, and as a way to atone for that is helping Israel kill Palestinians. Denmark contributes to the F-35 program and is fighting a court application by several rights groups, including Amnesty, that seeks to block arms sales to Israel.
Conflicts in Gaza, the UK has finally announced that it's suspending some arms export licenses to Israel. I'm joined now by a human rights lawyer who's been at the heart of the case against the government, putting huge amounts of pressure on them to make this decision. Dervla Minogue, great to have you with us again.
Thank you for having me.
What's your reaction to the government finally making this decision to stop some arms sales to Israel?
We're very relieved to hear about this decision. It's taken too long, but it's very welcome. In fact, it's actually more significant than the government would like to make out, based on its statement to Parliament yesterday. They've actually revoked all licenses that are capable of being used in Gaza, with the exception of these F-35 licenses that go via other countries. But the proportion 30 out of 350 is actually quite misleading, because what they've done is said anything that they assess could be used in Gaza is revoked.
I haven't yet seen a full break.
That is better, and I like that she's like, the government is trying to make it seem less good than it is. They're like they don't want to come across as being too restrictive in assisting Israel.
Breakdown of exactly what those 30 licenses are, but they've spoken in broad terms about some of the
This is not Domhnall Gleeson. This is simply a British man. This is simply another ginger British man.
Could you tell us, what types of arms equipment have now been suspended.
I've had a look on the government website because they haven't sent this information direct to us, but the government website indicates fighter jet parts, light arms, and other components, for example, anything used in targeting, they've all been revoked.
What role do you think your litigation and also the resignation of Mark Smith, this diplomat who was a specialist in arms sales to the Middle East, could have had on the government finally reaching this decision, and also the mounting revelations of torture in Israeli prisons of Palestinian detainees?
I think all of these factors have added up to create irresistible pressure on the government to revoke these licenses. I think...
Man, isn't it so nice to see governments responding to pressure? And wouldn't it be so nice if our fucking government would respond to pressure? Which, to be fair, the one shipment that Biden paused, that was absolutely a response to pressure. Biden stepping down was a response to pressure. But overall, no, they are ignoring the will of the majority of American voters.
Something like torture is so inexcusable under international law that there's absolutely nowhere they could go once they recognized that detainees were being mistreated in this way. In particular, when we pointed out that information obtained through the...
It's a W, but fuck Kidstarver. Oh, yes. Yeah. This has not fundamentally made Kidstarver a good person.
This torture from detainees was actually being used, in our view, in targeting decisions, which of course are
You guys, the bar, you have to understand, as an American, as somebody who lives in the U.S., the bar is in fucking hell, okay? So anything that is not what the U.S.'s continued policies is a W, okay? Even though it's not a big W, and it's not one where, this changes Keir Starmer being a piece of shit, but the bar is in hell. It's below
with British,
hell.
Fighter jets or parts from Britain. I think the resignation of the Foreign Office staff is extremely significant. And I think they just realized that if they came to court today without having made such a suspension, that they would have difficulty, knowing what to say to the court.
And the government have tried to kind of play down, like you say, the gravity of this decision. They put out this statistic that the UK supposedly only supplies 1% of Israel's arms imports. But on the other side, you've got groups like Labour Friends of Israel, Boris Johnson, who have condemned this decision, saying, this is helping Hamas, helping Iran, all this kind of thing. And then groups like Campaigning Against Arms Trade have pointed out that, well, the F-35, which is Israel's most advanced fighter jet, is exempt. And although this aircraft is supposed...
Don't worry, Boris. Israel still has daddy US, okay? Like, no offense, but the UK doesn't come close to the support that Israel receives from the United States.
To be used against kind of peer adversaries like Iran. There was a report that came out yesterday from an NGO, I believe in Denmark, that showed conclusively Israel is using the F-35 to bombard Gaza, including a strike over the summer that killed around 90 people. How concerned are you that the F-35 isn't included in this suspension of export licenses?
I would be very concerned about that. It's something that we'll definitely be keeping under review. We'll be asking for more detail about that decision making. Because when you think about the test that's being applied, the test is whether there's a clear risk that the weapons or components might be used in a violation of international humanitarian law. They've obviously assessed that parts going to Israel do risk violating international law, and therefore I can't see any reason for them not to ultimately include the F-35 parts in their decision. I don't really know how they're justifying that. I can see how politically they want to justify it because of the other allies that supposedly need these parts.
Nobody likes Boris Johnson.
At the end of the day, there's a legal test at play here, and I think that their decision falls foul of it.
I'll just show our viewers a clip of John Healey on the BBC this morning, giving his reasons why they couldn't suspend those licenses.
It's a deliberate and important carve-out for these modern fighter jets. These are not just jets that...
This man looks like a Death Eater.
The UK or Israel uses 20 countries and around 1,000 of these jets around the world. And the UK makes
John Healy looks like a Death
important
Eater.
critical components for all those jets that go into a global pool. So it's, first of all, hard to distinguish those that
He
may go
does have
into
Dobby's
Israeli
ears.
jets. And secondly, this is a
Actually,
global
those are like goblin ears.
supply chain, with the UK a vital part of that
It is
supply
kinda
chain.
giving
And we're not
Nosferatu.
prepared to put at risk the operation of fighter jets that are central to our own UK security, that of our allies, and
If
of
his
NATO.
teeth were longer.
seems to be saying
Sorry,
that,
I
because of
didn't listen to anything he was saying.
the relationship of our allies. There's a consortium of lots of European countries, I think possibly Japan as well, involved in the F-35. That if they suspend
literally a
the
ghoul.
export of parts to Israel, it wouldn't just affect Israel, it would affect all its other allies.
Literally a ghoul.
I mean, of course, you're a lawyer. The law is your expertise, but in cases like this, you know they're highly political. It's one thing for the UK to kind of stand up to a small country like Israel, but to stand up to the US, which is kind of a major partner in the F-35 program, is obviously another ball game altogether. Do you think that's partly why the UK isn't taking that step?
I think so, for sure. I think there was even a threat from Trump's team in recent days suggesting that it would cause difficulties for the special relationship. So I think there are serious political considerations at play for the UK. But I think those need to be set aside when the legal test is being applied, and also just the morality of this. I mean, all these allies should be concerned that there's a genocide taking place that they're participating in, rather than whether they can get away with something through legal or political reasoning.
And you're back in court this
God,
morning.
why can't Benjamin Netanyahu get Final Destination?
Despite the government's announcement yesterday. Can you explain to people what's going to happen now with the court case that's been going on for many months?
This hearing is largely procedural. There's a lot of procedural things that need to be addressed by the judge in terms of timetabling, when the ultimate hearing is going to take place. I don't think a decision will necessarily be made today on when the final hearing is going to happen, or to what extent it will proceed, given that they've revoked these licenses. My view is based on the public summary of the decision that the challenge does need to go ahead, because they haven't departed
You worked on Final
significantly from the
Destination
previous
6. I'm
government's
so excited for
methodology,
it.
which in our view was wildly defective. So it remains to be seen, but it's largely procedural today.
Well, thanks for joining us this morning and giving us this update. If people haven't subscribed already to our channel, please click the button below, and I'll put a link to Al Haq and
Yeah, I'm sorry to make this about Final Destination now, but I'm a huge Final Destination fan. I love the Final Destinations. And there are a number of names that I could name that I wish would be Final Destination. The first Final Destination is, you know, it's just one of those you put on and you've watched it 10 times and it's so fucking good. Okay, let's go back into TV. We were talking about entertainment earlier, and we'll do this, and then we will do some gaming. I'm only watching if Devon Sawa was in it. Oh, we could only pray. We can only pray.
Captain Midnight.
This video is brought to you by Nebula.
I need to
There are
get
few
some water.
things I love on this earth as much as a good television show. It's been that way since I was a kid, and honestly, I have to be a little cautious after praising first episodes and first seasons, because I think I have a tendency to get caught up in what I see as the limitless potential of a TV show, instead of just talking about the material put in front of me. But that potential is so exciting to me, especially getting to watch shows improve.
There are some days that I'm streaming and it feels so late. It's only 8:45. I don't know why. I think it's because I got up early today. So it's felt like a really long day. It feels like it's midnight.
Let's face it, in many ways, the medium of television has always been film's disreputable little brother. Cursed from the very beginning to...
Did I miss the or was that the ad?
So excited after praising that...
My bad.
This video is brought to you by Nebula. It's been that way since I was a kid, and honestly, I have to be a little cautious after praising first episodes and first seasons, because I think I have a tendency to get caught up in what I see as the limitless potential of a TV show, instead of just talking about the material put in front of me. But that potential is so exciting to me, especially getting to watch shows improve throughout their early years, from Babylon 5 and Seinfeld to more recent shows like Succession or Better Call Saul. I love being able to watch these projects become more confident and robust in their storytelling, characters, and performances, and locate their strengths in a way that just wasn't possible without the trial and error of the early going. Let's face it, in many ways, the medium of television has always been film's disreputable little brother. Cursed from the very beginning to often put selling soap and shaving cream ahead of artistry. Great TV can and has risen above that. And when that...
It's why before television, television really became, what's the word I'm looking for? Before it became like prestige TV, film actors didn't do TV. The adage was basically, if you were a film actor and you were doing TV, it meant your career was like dying. It meant that you had fallen down. You had fallen down from a great height, and if you got into the silver screen of acting, you didn't go back to TV. And then prestige TV changed the game. And it's why so many big A-list film actors have been a part of TV shows. It's hard to find a big A-list actor who has, like, they do exist, but who have not navigated over to TV.
That happens, I think it can be an incredible thing. And to me, maybe the single most defining aspect of television, the thing that makes it feel totally distinct from film, is how much time you spend with its characters. Whether it's drama or comedy, I have such a different relationship as a viewer to Don Draper.
David Chase arguably created prestige TV with The Sopranos. He still harbored views of TV being inferior to movies. I didn't know that he felt that way.
After 92 episodes of Mad Men, or Daphne Moon after 264 episodes of Frasier than I do with any film character. You get to know these characters like the back of your hand, their strengths, their foibles, and finding delight in the ways that they can still surprise you after years of spending time with them. I'm not saying that this long-term relationship to the audience makes them better characters than what film has to offer, just that it's unquestionably unique. And I'm afraid the last 10 years...
You know what it's like? It's like you really form a relationship with characters in TV before TV, became these limited series or not even just limited series, but before TV went from being 20 to 22 episodes on average per season to now like 6, 7, or 8 episodes. But it was, this is a terrifying pause, my God. But the thing with TV is like, it was, TV was comfort. You always had an episode of a show and you lived, you got to live in that world. You formed relationships with the characters in the show. And so it was okay that there would be like filler episodes of, and lots of filler episodes of seasons, because there were so many episodes in a season that the filler episodes didn't feel wasted. Like, that was a joy of watching television. You look at a show like Lost, and not every show had these, not every episode had these major plot moments, and oftentimes it would introduce things that then didn't go anywhere. But it was like this world that you were living in where major things didn't have to happen every single episode. And when major things did happen, they felt even bigger for it. And then some shows would take a break in the middle, like mid-season finales. Yeah, and you know, I like, this is just me personally, but I love the random musical episode, right? Like, you have a random musical episode in a show that's not a musical show because it's got 24 fucking episodes. So they can have a random musical episode at like episode 17. Grey's Anatomy. Yes.
Television has seen that uniqueness diminish. HBO's
Buffy?
Game of Thrones prequel House of the Dragon just wrapped up season 2 with a truncated 8-episode season. It will probably not be back on our screen for literally years.
Insane.
This feels like the culmination of a trend that's been going on for over a decade. Less episodes and far more time between those episodes. I think it's becoming a real problem, and in this video I want to go over why, and how I think it represents television giving up one of its greatest strengths. Before I get into it, I should remind you to hit all the buttons and subscribe and the bell and, you know, the rest of it. Oh, and one thing that I'm adding in here at the last minute is that while I was writing this last week, a video from Adam Conover called How Streaming Destroyed...
It's very funny because I've had Adam's video bookmarked and have meant to watch it for like the last week.
TV went up. There's a decent amount of crossover in what we talk about, so I felt like I should mention it. But I think we ultimately took our videos in pretty different directions. It's a good one though, and I'm gonna link that one down in the description in case you want to check it out as well. Okay.
I know no one really watched it, but the Star Wars show Acolyte had a flashback episode in its penultimate episode. Episode 7 just killed the whole vibe because Acolyte doesn't have 24 episodes. There's no fucking time. It's a waste when you do something like a flashback episode like that. That's how I felt with The Bear. Is like there was such an emphasis on flashbacks, and it's like we don't have the number of episodes that shows used to have, and so knowing that it takes like, you know, 1-2 years in between seasons, you have a much shorter number of episodes. You just feel disconnected from the show, and it feels like you know, it feels like character development is limited when you do shit like that.
So this is the part where I might lose some people because for a moment at least, I want to talk about some very, very old television. I'm sure you've heard of Star Trek, you know, the original series, Kirk, Spock, and the gang, but there's a decent chance you haven't heard of Trek creator Gene Roddenberry's show before that, The Lieutenant. It's a good show, I like it. It's remembered as being ahead of its time and canceled far too soon, lasting only 1 season. The thing is though, when you actually sit down to watch that season, you realize it's 29 episodes long. To put that in perspective, Stranger Things, which began in 2016, has only managed 5 more episodes.
Lost was super influential, I agree.
4 seasons, which was a show that ran from September of 63 to April of 64. I understand this isn't
that is
a perfect
insane.
comparison.
Let me just go back. Let me just go back.
Things, which began in 2016, has only managed 5 more episodes than The Lieutenant in 4 seasons, which was a show that ran from September of 63 to April of 64.
That's insane.
I understand this isn't a perfect comparison. Stranger Things episodes are much longer, but I think it manages to speak to how different TV was back then compared to today. Before really 2013 or so, any show as successful as Stranger Things would have been in its viewers' lives much more. New seasons would probably feel less like a movie-like event and more like inviting an old friend back after not seeing them for a few months. And that may sound corny, but I put it that way very purposefully. The weekly schedule, the sheer amount of stories and plots that you saw these characters go through, tuning in every week and weaving them into the fabric of your life, it all added up to something that gave you a very different relationship than you have with a group of characters you see once every 2 to 4 years for a few hours. Now, I'm not.
That's what I said. You feel disconnected from the characters. You feel disconnected from the show's themes. it feels oftentimes unfinished and not satisfying, and it's just not the same relationship that you have with a show that has more episodes.
Under the illusion that this is going to come back. There's no world where people under 60 all decide to start setting aside their Thursday nights and making sure to be in front of their TV.
You often have to do a recap before getting in. Yes.
And that's fine. I, like most people, prefer to watch my TV on my schedule, not on some TV networks. But there are other things from old television that I think recent TV could take some lessons from. I've cited this before, but to me, the biggest TV news story that broke this year is this chart showing the most streamed shows of 2023. Nearly all of which are old shows. I feel like not nearly enough attention has been paid to this fact. I've seen a lot of articles, including one from the New York Times, citing nostalgia as the biggest reason here. And while I'm sure that plays a huge role, I just don't see it. I'm sure people in the US were nostalgic for their childhoods in the economic downturn of the early 70s.
No, I don't necessarily think it's nostalgia. I think it's like, okay, so you're home from work, right? You want to put something on. Maybe you're cooking, maybe you're just relaxing, maybe you're getting ready to go to bed and you just want to put it on an episode of a show, right? These shows give you the ability to do that. Or maybe you are looking for something to watch long term. You're like, I want to watch something. You're like, okay, well, this show is 6 episodes. Binge that. I'm done. I'll rewatch Lost or whatever show that you might have watched in the past when it aired. But yes, it is comfort. Absolutely, it's comfort.
70s, but you didn't see reruns of I Love Lucy smashing then current hits like All in the Family in the ratings. There's an audience for what TV has become, but I think these numbers indicate that there's still a massive audience for what TV had been for 50 plus years before that too. And that audience is not really being served in this current television landscape. So they're turning to older shows, including ones that are probably new to them and weren't even massive hits in their time, like Suits. Now, I'm not going to claim that Suits is the height of artistic television. It's not. Nothing against it, but I was a little baffled that this was the show
thank you
that
for the
TikTok
15
latched onto. Honestly, it probably wouldn't make my
months.
top 15 lawyer shows. Still, with its mostly episodic format and a 9-season run that aired yearly for almost a decade, it's a show that's emblematic of everything that this new era of TV has left behind. Outside of really just network cop and doctor shows mostly aimed at older viewers. From an industry perspective, I think that
it's underrated that you know the characters and basic story beats. You watch a modern streamer and you miss one crucial piece of dialogue. You don't know what the fuck is going on. Yeah. You zone out for like 5 seconds and you've missed an entire storyline.
It's clearly been a disaster. All these big streaming services have huge churn problems. People cancel their subscriptions right after the show they're watching ends. And I think longer seasons would help a lot with that. But more importantly, I think the old system was far, far better for writers creatively. Shows like The Sopranos, Breaking Bad, and Mad Men were all so lauded at the time for breaking away from the conventions of television. You wouldn't find a case of the week with a morally upright lead here. No, these were serialized shows with morally ambiguous characters at their center. They were rightfully applauded for breaking from conventions and pushing boundaries. Now, though, with the benefit of hindsight, I think it's worth considering that these 3 shows, along with some other anti-hero favorites from that era like The Shield, weren't just great because of the ways they broke from TV convention, but also in the ways that they embraced those conventions. All of those showrunners had tons of experience writing old school TV, from The X-Files to sitcoms like Becker. Sopranos creator David Chase may have felt really frustrated by the limitations of the very episodic Rockford Files, which he wrote for a long time, but he brought all of that episodic experience to The Sopranos to craft serialized episodes that still feel satisfying in and of themselves, with real beginnings, middle, and ends that actually land, that don't just feel like formless, here's 55 more minutes of a long movie that you get with a lot of streaming shows now. And I think the same is true for all those shows I mentioned. Mad Men works as a complete text. Season 5 works as a satisfying 13-episode arc of TV. which by the way also feels luxuriously long in today's diminished 8 to 10 episode norm. And an episode like Season 5's At the Codfish Ball hits like a freight train as an individual episode of the show, with a statement about these characters, and especially Sally, that feels unique to this specific script. Episodes have their own very unique identity, something that showrunners coming straight from indie films I feel often struggle with. Crafting episodes that work both in the context of the season as a whole and as an entertaining piece of TV on its own. Mad Men was more cinematic than your average show in 2007, but it also understood the strengths of its own medium in a way that far more expensive, movie-like streaming shows just don't today.
Cowboy Bebop.
Now, anyone who's read a lot about TV production knows that everyone involved tends to describe creating a 22-plus episode season of television as exhausting, difficult, and almost impossible. For that reason alone, I think coming down from that number to a more reasonable 15 to 18 would be ideal. Still, I can't help but love those long seasons.
Yeah, and the other thing is when television seasons got shorter, that was what also contributed to decreasing wages and was part of the, was part of the demands during the writer and actor strikes. Is shorter shorter seasons of TV means less work, less money, and it has negatively impacted the industry. Above the line and below the line. Decreased job security. Exactly. Because you book a job, you're lucky to book a job, and then that job is only for, it's for 10 weeks, and that's the only job you've got. And so you need to be able to stretch that money out for maybe the rest of the year.
Of how
when a show is so good, 22 episodes is long, but if for them 4 to 5 episodes just do zany off the wall experimental stuff. Yes. Like Buffy with the musical episode or Hush, Infants Drunk Buffy episode. Yes, it allows shows to kind of veer off and do things that are not necessarily major episodes that are majorly moving the narrative forward. And people, we still showed up to watch all those episodes because of the connection that we had with the show and with the characters. And simply having shorter seasons of TV means you don't spend as much time with those characters, so you're not as connected to them. So just to give you an idea of how drastically seasons of TV shortened, in the early 2000s, programs were an average of 20 episodes per season, and by 2017 that had dropped to an average of 9 episodes per season. And of course the increase in shorter seasons was went hand in hand with streaming taking over the industry, because streaming platforms prioritize quantity over quality, and by that having a shit ton of shows, constantly producing new shows, having enormous quantity of shows, rather than having the quality of longer seasons, rather than the quality of fewer shows.
How many opportunities there are to play with the show's tones and conventions. There's this idea in contemporary TV fandom that only the destination matters, that a TV show should be about its season-long story and nothing else. Often, these discussions will use the word filler to describe more episodic monster or case of the week episodes that don't push the season-long narrative forward. And I have a real bone to pick with this line of thinking. Filler, as it applies to TV, did make sense in the very specific context of anime, where episodes were produced to keep the show going while they waited for new manga chapters to adapt. That makes sense, but the way it's been applied to American TV is often really frustrating. Something like the X-Files episode Ice, in which Mulder and Scully get caught up in a great riff on the Thing, does almost nothing to push forward the series' mythology. And it's not filler. It is, in fact, an example of what the show is best at, and its defining legacy. There's some great mythology-focused
I haven't
episodes,
seen Agents
but if
of
that's
S.H.I.E.L.D.,
what you're watching the show
but that
for,
is a good
you're gonna
that's
come
a good
away
example, yeah.
disappointed in the end. Because the X-Files was greatest when it was doing what it was created to do, being a 90s update on the Kolchak the Night Stalker Monster of the Week formula. It's at its weakest when it's trying to piece together 9 seasons of lore that stop being coherent after season 5. And yes, I do recognize that is a fault of the show. But I think approaching the Monster of the Week episodes like they're inherently lesser is a depressing side effect of the last 10 years of streaming TV. The fact is, the Monster of the Week episodes are formulaic, but they allow for far more tonal experimentation than most serialized streaming shows do.
Yeah, so, one argument, one pro of a shorter series is that it allows more effective linear storytelling. So when you don't have these filler episodes, then you are, you're telling the story in a straighter line. And yet I feel like those filler episodes of all these shows that we used to love, I feel like that was a way to expand on the storytelling and expand on the character development. And it wasn't something where it was like out the gate, you are rushing to cram so much into a single episode because you only have 6 episodes to tell the entire story you want to tell. And a lot of it ends up on, a lot of it ends up being cut out because you only have 6 episodes. So I'm not saying that like every season of TV that has a limited number of episodes, or every TV show that has a limited number of episodes is bad. Like there are a lot of amazing prestige TV shows. Limited series. I just feel like overall the change that has occurred from TV being, as we've been talking about it, where it had longer seasons. It was able to like tonally and narratively play around more. I feel like so much has been lost from reducing the episodes. I've grown to appreciate the length and brevity of British shows. Are you my mom? Mom, is this your account?
Something like Netflix's
My mom loves
which
British
on the surface
drama.
is less formulaic episode to episode, ends up being
TV
far
is
more
entertainment.
samey.
Yes,
as the show's
that is
tone
true.
isn't as comfortable taking wild swings like X-Files was. X-Files could go from an earnestly mean and scary episode like Home to pure comedy like Small Potatoes with ease. With you're gonna have this dark and broadly satirical tone in just about every episode. When I look at these two shows and how they operate side by side, I can't help but feel shocked that X-Files is considered the old-fashioned one. There's just so much more variety there, and a large part of that is the amount of episodes that they had to work with. Now, I understand that when I make an argument for the kind of TV that produced Suits, many will see that as an argument for embracing mediocrity. After all, Suits, sorry to beat on it again, is a fairly cheap show, especially by today's standards. Not very visually ambitious, and is probably more notable for its consistency than its high quality. I mean, isn't the massive budgets of current TV with its larger scope and focused storytelling superior to some okay USA Network show? That makes sense as an argument. And as someone who loved TV back in the 2000s, I can tell you the smart critical opinion to have back then was that American TV would be better if it were more like television in the UK. And no disrespect to UK TV, which has produced a lot of great stuff, but it's just not a perspective that I agree with. tight, focused, shorter shows can be great. Of course they can be. But when they're not, I often find myself wishing that they had just been a movie instead.
Yes.
The fact is, I think TV...
I feel like short seasons of shows, when they're not effective storytelling, when it's like, it just kind of feels... You know, when they still feel like they have filler episodes, you go, this could have been a movie. It's the same as like, this meeting could have been an email. This series could have been a movie.
Seasons that are structured like films run just as much risk of feeling mediocre and bloated as longer, more episodic seasons do, if not more so. Battlestar Galactica Season 2, with its mixture of ongoing season-long narratives and episodic problems for the characters to solve, is 20 episodes long, and it's far better paced than, say, Netflix's Lost in Space Season 1, which had 10 episodes that feel like they could have been shaved down to 4 to 6. And once we start getting that low, especially 4, like, why not just make it a movie? I think once you're basically working with something that's feature length, you're not using any of the things that TV offers as opposed to film, and I'd probably rather just see it in a theater anyway. I'll always be a little bit obsessed with the idea of fixing those Jessica Jones and Luke Cage Netflix shows. I know that only gets goofier as the years go on, but these were two shows that I was very excited for when they started, and my disappointment in them is when I really started to think about the drawbacks of the Netflix model for the first time. On the surface, every season of these shows seems too long. They fill out 13 episodes, but have enough material for maybe 8. And that sucks. So it made sense to read that the writers of Luke Cage were begging Netflix for less episodes in its final season. Taking a step back though, like, that just seems completely insane. We're talking about shows with a PI and hero for hire, characters created to constantly generate new stories that lend themselves to having any episodic plots in their shows. But no, because this was a mid-2010s streaming show, it had to be serialized with almost no episodic elements. They could not lean into their lead characters' obvious strengths as story engines. Like, yes, something like the format of NCIS is limiting as hell, but I don't think I can honestly say that this commitment to ultra serialization was artistically a better format for these shows. I think there's a balance that can be struck here, and for too long...
Right, because when you're serialized versus episodic, you don't have the freedom to play around. You don't have the freedom to like, oh, you know what? Let's do a one-off episode here, right?
Streaming shows have been terrified to embrace that balance and the apparently uncool old TV aspects that come with it, which leads me to HBO's Perry Mason. God, I know this video is all over the place. Just hear me out. When HBO announced they were remaking Perry Mason, I was through the roof excited. Now, part of that is I'm a sicko who loves ancient TV and has seen tons of the 1957 lawyer drama, but the larger part of it is what I thought they could be attempting. See, Perry Mason
Burn Notice is great.
About as old TV case of the week as you can possibly get. And I thought HBO would try to use that format while bringing the level of production, nuance, and polish that we know they're capable of. Basically, rescuing the format from the old networks and showing it to an audience in an exciting new light. Something that would feel bold and unexpected in the landscape of 2020's prestige TV. Honestly, they could call it elevated episodic TV or something obnoxious like that, and I wouldn't even care. I'd just be so happy to see great TV writers tackle the format with HBO resources and HBO expectations. But that just didn't happen. The show came and went and was a solid, very serialized noir where poor Perry didn't even become a lawyer until deep into the first season. And honestly, it broke my heart. Because watching episodes of Homicide: Life on the Street, Hill Street Blues, or LA Law, I think there's still so much life left here. So much quality being left on the table, and so much being left behind in these shows' ultra-serialized short seasons. Now, those ultra-serialized short seasons should exist, but they shouldn't be the only format synonymous with quality TV. Episodic TV has...
Yes, exactly. No one is saying that serialized short seasons are bad, that we should never have them. It's just that with all of television following that format, or even with shows that are longer episodes, but because they're serialized, they just don't have the flexibility and they are stumbling. And it feels like, okay, these are, I don't even want to watch these episodes. Like, I'll just skip to them. But you can't still, because it's serialized. And so the point is not that all TV should be one way or another way. It's that the way that TV changed and how so much of it follows this format now means that we have lost out on things that made longer seasoned shows and episodic shows so great.
And can be amazing. And I would love to see it more outside of the old networks and their aging cop and hospital franchises. I understand that as a format, episodic TV has some drawbacks, and I'm not trying to go back to the days where it seemed like all characters on television got the Men in Black memory wipe between episodes. I often think about how much more interesting some of these old shows would be if that wasn't the case. Nor do I want to do away with serialized elements. I love serialization on TV, and I always have. I just think it can often be used better within the scaffolding of episodic stories. And for a while there, it felt like TV was getting better and better at melding the two together into something truly interesting and special. But somewhere along the way, that progress got lost, and many in the industry ended up thinking that serialization and
like one of my favorite, okay, Breaking Bad is serialized, right? But because Breaking Bad is a show that's not being made today, it was a melding of serialized but also had an episodic element. Like one of my favorite episodes from Breaking Bad is the Fly episode, where almost the entirety of the episode is Walt battling to catch this fly. Like, it's obviously, it's a metaphor, but it's also literal that Walt spends the entire episode trying and losing his mind while trying to catch the fly. And it's a legendary episode. Absolutely. Oh, that's directed by Rian Johnson? Oh, I didn't know that. Or the one where he's retired, he tries to fill up his time to feel fulfilled. Exactly. And I just feel like if a show such as Breaking Bad was made after Breaking Bad was made, we don't get those episodes because they would just end up being cut. Like it would not serve, it would be seen as not serving a big enough purpose to the story. And so because, the plot isn't majorly moving forward, gotta go. He directed The Fly and Ozymandias. Oh, two of the best apps. Yeah.
Seasons were the shortcut to quality. I think that's limiting what television has the potential to be, and I want to see TV embrace a future where it's neither wallowing in the past and not moving forward, but also isn't terrified of embracing so many of the things that people loved about it. That people are going back to 20-year-old shows because of what they still love about it. I think that future is possible. But at the end of the day, if you ask me if I prefer an 8-episode, expensive-looking prestige show format or the sprawling and sometimes far more messy format of like a Star Trek Deep Space Nine...
How does The Boys fit into this? What do you mean? Like what kind of show The Boys is? Or... I mean, The Boys is another show. The Boys is another show where we have to wait an hour and a half. We have to wait like a year and a half in between seasons. There's only 8 episodes a season, so it's it's a shorter seasoned TV show that is heavily serialized, and it's a show that I would love for it to have an episodic element. I would love for it to have episodes that are not not crucial to the plot per se, but allows more character development, allows us to deepen our relationship with the characters. And I love The Boys. Like, I have a really great time watching The Boys. I do think, though, the show would be better served by having those episodes, getting more into the individual characters, and like having one-offs where like maybe they go do something, maybe they go fight they do some boy shit that doesn't just have to do with taking down Homelander per se. The fact that there's no Frenchie, Huey, Kimiko, Messer. Yes, the last season, it felt like we jumped so much from the Kimiko and Frenchie to Frenchie and the one guy. Like, there was just, I genuinely, you watch the show, you go, when something like that happens in a show, you go, did I miss an episode? Like, did I miss something in the last season? That's true. Actually, the episode where they explored Black Noir was actually great. Yes, more stuff like that. Self-contained stories in some episodes of The Boys would be so fun to watch. 100%.
I'm taking DS9 every time. It's always fun to talk TV, but now I want to talk Nebula.
Nebula. Can we take an hour to celebrate The Leftovers or Watchmen? I'll set the clock right now. It's a shame The Boys is a great world and they never let the characters breathe and react to the smaller elements of the world. Right. It's like you build up this amazing world, and you have a show that, it's a great concept, and you've got great characters. Let it breathe. Let the characters really, really develop to their fullest. Let them have these like side missions and more flashbacks, more backstory. Especially with a show like The Boys. They've explored it excessively. Well, I feel like with The Boys, some of the problems that The Boys experiences, or some of the problems we found with The Boys, especially the later seasons, could be solved by having episodes that are not serialized, right? Where you wouldn't have to have some big, crazy, gruesome thing happen every single episode. Like, someone's head doesn't have to explode. Someone's, there doesn't have to be a superhero exploding out of a rectum, that type of thing. Anyway, remember, there's a difference between filler episodes that are filler episodes in serialized shows where they feel like a waste, where it feels frustrating because you have a limited, you have shorter episode or shorter seasons. You have shorter seasons, and because it's serialized, and so when you have when you have less flexibility that way, then the episodes that are of the filler kind are more frustrating than they can be with non-serialized shows, longer seasoned shows. Mad Men did the musical episode. Well, I think every show should have a musical episode. I think a musical episode of The Boys would be fucking awesome. I want it. That's what I want. I want a musical episode in every single show. Every episode of The Boys is about killing Homelander. That's the issue. Having them do other things would be helpful since the show clearly doesn't want to kill Homelander because he's a good actor. Right. Like, oh, this is not going to be when Homelander is killed. Yeah. Like, the focus of The Boys is killing Homelander. And yes, they have other missions, but they're all in the service of killing Homelander. And I just think if The Boys didn't feel like it had to go at breakneck pace, there could be some interesting stuff in that show. I mean, there is interesting stuff in that show, but you know what I'm saying? Like, there could be even more freedom and feeling even more connected to the characters and having characters who are not the main characters, exploring them. And anyhow, okay, y'all, like, what happens if they do stop him? They go home, right? Well, that show is building up to killing Homelander. Like, that has been the goal, is taking Homelander down. That's the big showdown. Yeah. Current age of TV feels like it could be boiled down to the idea of art being content. I mean, when you have the CEOs of studios and streaming platforms literally calling TV and film content. Many series and TV shows are bloated with fillers stretched out to meet a content requirement rather than tell a story. Yeah, that was the example of Jessica Jones, where they were forced to do the 13 episodes, even though they're like, we don't have the story here because we're a serialized show, and so we don't have the freedom and flexibility to do one-off episodes. And so now we're just, we're doing bullshit filler. I only watched the first season of that show, and I think I watched Luke Cage as well. Did I never set a category, or did I just delete it right now? Ugh. Okay, you guys, we're gonna do some gaming, and then my plan is to try to stream tomorrow morning if I can get a short stream in. We will see. I'd like to do that. So my tasks tonight are finish stream, finish packing, and then if I'm all packed up and it's not 4 a.m, then I can get up early, do one last stream, and then I head out of town. And then I'll feel better going out of town, having had streamed tomorrow morning. That would be great. Also, I feel like I've said this a million times, but I'll say it 1,000,001 more times. I am out of the country for the next week, but am planning to try and do content still. So it's one of those stay tuned type of things. Please follow the Discord or Roblox or whatever it is that I'm apparently sending messages from. Okay. Alrighty. God, it feels so late. I cannot believe how late it feels. It's 9:30. It's 9:30. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, you guys. Looks like Elle's gonna win the prize. Oh, Farley's in Austin. I know. I have Farley's like my phantom limb. You know the concept of phantom limbs. Farley is my phantom limb. So when he's not here for the first couple days, I feel like he's here. I know, it's really sad. I'm the same with my dog. Yeah. Yeah, I miss my bubs. I'm hearing the phantom TT bell. It's like if I get back from being out of the apartment, I'll automatically I'll expect that he'll be coming up to me and he'll want a pet. Or like when I'm in bed, I'll lean over in a way where usually when I'll do cuddles with him at night, but then he's not there. Sad. It's really sad. My babes. Okay, we are in season 2. Yeah, so we've last left off and things have gone to hell. Things have gone to absolute shit. I'm gonna turn off the light. I'm gonna use the bathroom quickly. Okay, can I make it through this next chapter and nobody dies? Let's see.
Previously on The Walking Dead.
Oh, it's Lee's voice.
Who do you think did this?
Think about it. You're Carver, what do? What's the most important thing in this world? Clem, it's family.
People like Matthew aren't coming back.
Oh my god, Matthew. Okay, that one was deserved. Just saying.
Rebecca, our baby deserves to be raised in a place of safety.
Go to hell, you fuck.
Oh.
We're going home. As a family.
Why is he bulletproof? I don't know. But I'm here to change that. Actually, Rebecca does have a reason to hate me now because I did get Alvin killed.
You about done over there?
Yeah, 1 second. Thanks for coming with me. It's scary out here.
Oh, Sarah.
I know they made you. It's still nice that you came.
We're safer if we stick together. It's gonna be dark soon.
Yeah, I know. But it's cool you came. I thought they were gonna tell my dad to go with me. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Oh, the music's still on. Oops, 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 oops.
Everything come out all right, girls?
Ew.
Troy, get him tied up.
Ew.
Well, we're on our way. Probably 30 minutes out. Make sure everyone's prepped. Emotions might be running high. Carver out. If I find out you've been wasting fuel to keep that fucking heater going, I'll make you walk back.
Nope, froze my ass off. Just like you told me to.
It ain't polite to listen to other folks' conversations. Has anyone ever taught you that? Where's your manners?
I used to have a walkie-talkie like that.
Oh, really? And what happened to it?
I'm a child who was
'Cause you
raised
can't
in the
have this one.
apocalypse.
I used it to talk to my parents.
Is that why you're looking at this one? Or do you want to call mommy and daddy?
They're dead.
I don't need it anymore. My parents are dead.
Yeah, I'm gonna trauma dump on him. It's a strategy.
Everybody's parents are dead. And that don't make you special.
My dad's alive.
And we're all grateful for that.
Sarah.
Get the girls in back with the rest of them.
Sarah.
We got a bit of a drive ahead of us.
Okay,
Yeah.
Dad, have her.
Are you guys okay?
The hell did he do to you? Hey, did he hurt you? Hey! Hey!
He hurt my feelings. He didn't care about my dead parents. Kenny, we fucked up. We fucked up. You told him to shoot? I'm a child. Why did he listen to me? I'm 11.
All right, we gotta do something. Come on. Anyone got anything sharp? Anything? We need to get these bindings off.
Oh,
Hey,
God.
Clem, help me find something to get these off. Anything sharp that could cut these.
And what good is that gonna do?
The hell is wrong with you people? We gotta get out of
Kenny,
here.
that's how everyone
Like what?
died.
What do you mean, like what? Something sharp. Anything that can help. A fucking... I don't know. Anything.
Okay.
We're in a fucking precarious position here. We gotta do something about that.
Settle down, Kenny. They took everything.
Once again, I'm
we
a
have
child.
to keep a level head.
Please don't
He's
yell
right.
at me.
You don't know Bill like we do.
Bill? This whole time it's Carver, Carver, Carver. Now he's fucking Bill? Oh, I see what it is. Y'all are just getting a ride home, aren't you? That's what's going on here.
Okay.
You don't understand.
Kenny.
He's different. It's worse.
The fuck are you talking about?
What do you mean worse?
He's a fucking psychopath now.
You have no idea what you're dealing with.
Oh, he gave me a pretty good goddamn idea back at the lodge. And I don't intend to sit around here and let that happen to the rest of us. I'm trying to help.
I'm sure Walter really appreciated your help.
Like you helped Alvin.
Oh!
That's not fair. You're blaming him for the actions of a madman.
I am pointing out that regardless of intent, there are
Hopefully no
consequences
one
to
blames
rash
me.
actions. Something that he seems to be misreading as capitulation.
I don't know what the fuck you're saying, but I know it's bullshit. We have to do something.
Kenny, you can't reason with him.
Oh.
Oh, shit.
Wait, I'm gonna
Jackpot.
switch one thing. I just realized this is not on gaming and I don't want it to block the... Okay, there we go, there we go, there we go.
Sit down. You're going to get us all killed.
Y'all don't know what you're talking about. We get cooped up in some kennel like a bunch of fucking dogs, it's over.
You don't know that.
Yeah? Well, I've been in this situation before. You ever been a prisoner?
Stop fighting! Please.
Please, I'm just a child. Please.
All right, now we're talking.
Carver will be on the other side of that door with 10 people.
Addie, thank you for the 12 month.
There, baby. It's okay.
Yeah, honestly, okay.
At this point, maybe Luke
Kenny
is the only
does.
hope we have.
Kenny
He
does
was gonna
have the
do
right to
something,
be
he'd have done it
pissed.
by now.
Who knows what
Kenny
he's
has the right to
dealing
be pissed because this group
Anything
kind
can
of did
happen out
bring
there.
hell
I'll
on
tell you
them.
what happened. He abandoned us.
with. He may not be around, but he wouldn't just leave us behind.
That guy's a flake. I could tell the second I set eyes on him.
Hey.
Luke will help us.
Oh yeah? When? After that crazy fucks killed us all? Hey, look, Clem.
Kenny, I need you to calm the fuck down.
We're close.
I need you to chill.
Let's do this.
They have guns. What exactly do you expect to do?
I'm gonna punch the first son of a bitch I see. Then I'm gonna take his gun and use it to shoot the next son of a bitch I see.
Just sit down.
Shut
Okay.
up, Doc. This ain't your call.
I kind of like that idea.
Hey, just, if something happens, just help out, okay? Don't, get yourself hurt or nothing, but any help would be good. Hey, Clem, look at me. You trust me, right?
Kenny, please, just listen to them. They know him.
I'm scared, Kenny.
Okay, hon. That's okay. That's okay. All right. Everybody ready?
Kenny! Kenny, are you okay?
Is he okay?
I think so.
Oh, what hit me?
Well, there goes that
Probably
plan.
for the best.
There goes that plan.
Goddamn brakes ain't working for shit.
All right, up and at him.
Taken out by a door. Yeah. The only punching that
How'd you
happened
get your restraints
was
off? Come here.
to Kenny's face.
We've got some familiar faces back with us tonight. Now, I understand some of you are confused as to why we bring these people back when they left us as they did.
I think I've got an idea.
Now, it might not come all at once, but time will heal these wounds. So be patient with them until it does. And take solace in knowing that they're here to help us make our home a better place. All these feelings you have of anger, betrayal, hate, they're all valid.
The group is
No
like,
one needs
we
to
don't
forget
really
what they
care.
did, but we do have to find it in our hearts to forgive
They're like,
them.
it's just you.
Look how much food they have.
Oh, I hope you ain't saying what I think you're saying.
As many of you already know, a large herd of lurkers gathers just south of us.
Come on, we need you for something.
Can it wait until morning? We're all exhausted.
But rest
Just come the
assured that
fuck
if
on.
it does turn our way, it's nothing we can't handle. Some
I
of
need
you
him.
have
I need my
voiced
dad.
concerns about this.
A big
I
herd.
can't. He looks after me.
They have been taken into consideration. However, this is not up for debate. The expansion
I wonder if Kenny will change his mind if he finds out they have a boat.
He'll be back. When?
Grow up?
I don't know.
So
but
brutal.
he will come back. Thanks, Clem.
And with the added manpower joining us this evening, I have no doubt that we will continue.
Make sure y'all stay off the fence.
Grow up
Bill
is
can save
no
us from
longer
this.
crazy.
just to survive. It's our obligation to make this community a beacon of hope. To
God,
provide
he's
a
still
light,
going
a
on.
bright light, bright enough to shine in all this darkness. So that is what we'll do.
Y'all best get some rest, because there ain't gonna be much for you tomorrow. You're gonna be working hard.
That's for you.
Yeah, it would be. Fucking Bill. Keeps me out in the cold, but at least I'll be comfortable.
Hey, guys.
Reggie! I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. What did they do to you?
This could have been worse, trust me. I'm lucky to be alive. I guess I should say
Reggie
it's nice
helped
to
us
see you, but
when we ran away.
What the fuck happened to his
What
arm?
happened to his arm?
I don't know. We were all running out together.
Is
but
that
then he
Camille?
fell, and everybody kept running. I know he had both his arms then.
they got me working outside. Lurker just snuck up on me while I was hammering
It's totally
something.
him.
Luckily, they took the arm off quick. Saved my life.
That's awful. I'm so sorry.
Look, it was my choice to help you guys.
Hey, Reggie.
Oh, hey, Troy.
Don't go fucking up now. Bill's real close to letting you out of here. You make sure things stay nice and quiet out here tonight, and I'll be sure to let Bill know just how helpful you were.
Yeah, you can count on me. Thanks, Troy.
Don't mention it.
Okay, so let's break out again.
All right, let me introduce you. We were with them when we got caught.
Hey, I'm Reggie.
That's Sarita.
Hello.
And that's Kenny.
Hey,
Hello, who are you?
Hello.
This freaks you out. It's okay. Freaks me out too sometimes.
My name's Clementine.
It's very nice to meet you, Clementine.
Bro, I've seen so much worse than that.
Hey, where's Carlos?
Bill's already got him looking at some folks.
Oh, okay. Good. What about Pete? What about Nick?
Well...
He was always taking stupid risks.
True.
Can't say I'm surprised. Poor guy.
Can you guys save it for the morning? Some of us gotta be up early.
Who the fuck is that?
Who's that?
I don't know.
I don't recognize the voice.
No problem. Sorry about that. Okay, that's Mike. He's kind of a dick when he's tired, but like I said, he saved my life, so I put up with that shit. Bill put him to work outside the wall with me.
I'm so sorry.
Stop with all the sorry. It was my choice. Besides, he said once you were all caught, he'd let me rejoin the group, so I'm glad you're here. I'm just joking.
I know.
I mean, he did say that, but I'm not happy about it.
Who's she?
Who?
The girl over there?
Oh, yeah, right. Okay, so she's fucking weird. They found her sneaking around outside the camp covered in guts and just like the grossest shit.
It's probably best not to stare.
I know how it must look, but it's really not that bad here.
Reggie.
No, I'm serious.
Why did they
Where else
leave?
are you going to find food like we have? We've got the canned stuff, and now with the greenhouses coming along, we've got fresh food. The building's getting more and more secure all the time, mostly through forced labor, but that's only temporary. They've even got the solar panels working. When was the last time you had electricity, huh?
I mean, it sounds pretty
we
nice
just came
here.
from a lodge with a wind turbine.
It's
and...
not a competition. I'm just saying, it's not as bad as you think. We're building something great here, guys. A real community. Bill is making it happen. Look, I've made mistakes, and he's forgiven me.
That doesn't make up for what he's done, Reggie.
Carver killed my friend Walter.
Okay, I don't know what happened, but maybe he had his reasons.
He killed Alvin, too.
Listen, I'm really close to getting let back into the group. Once that happens, I can do a lot more to help you guys be more comfortable.
Comfortable? What do you think this is?
I just don't want you to mess things up for me. I've worked really hard to get to this point. Will you please just try not to cause any trouble? At least until they release me.
Look, I
Then,
just
once
need to
I'm
work
out,
within
I
the
could
system.
help you more.
Yeah,
Maybe
is this
even
guy a
help
Democrat?
Get you out.
We're working within the system.
We can at least talk about it more in the morning. Just have a quiet night and chat again tomorrow.
I can't believe what I'm hearing.
Look, the fact is, Bill had every reason to kill me when I helped you guys, but he didn't. Obviously, I don't know what happened while you were all gone, but he's given me a second chance, and I know he'd do the same for you.
Reggie, I don't want a second chance. After what he did to Alvin, I want him dead. I need to sit down.
Yeah, come on. Sarah, can you go see if there's something for her to drink?
Okay.
Yeah, there's water over by the benches. That didn't go as planned. Should have actually made a plan.
Man, fuck that guy. I don't think we can trust him.
No,
I mean, clearly he's already
been
drank too much of the
saying.
Kool-Aid.
I like him.
He's a weirdo. You gotta take a look around.
Of course you can't
gotta
trust
know
him.
if
He's
there's
been
anything we
talking
can
about how
exploit
much
to
he
get
needs
out
to
of
get
here.
back in the group.
We're in a tight spot. Gonna have to wriggle our way out.
Well, what should I be looking for?
Stuff that they don't want us to know about. That Troy asshole's gone for now. This is our chance. Don't worry about Reggie. I'll go help run interference on him. Walker just snuck up on you, huh?
Yep, I was distracted. Just wasn't thinking. There's all kinds of noise, hammering and stuff. I saw its shadow. It moved in front of one of our work lamps down here and knocked it over. Couldn't even see for a second. That's when it got me.
Looks rickety.
I can't either.
Camille is so funny.
Mike killed the walker, then took off the arm really quick, like he'd done it before. Took him 2 or 3 swings, but still
Looks
alive.
kind of crappy.
I still think he got higher than he needed to, but what are you gonna do?
saw someone try that a few months ago. Just ended up bleeding out.
This place seems pretty secure.
Yeah, like I said, it felt like Mike had done it before. Could have turned it on me real quick. Hey, Clem, come on. Don't be like that.
She ain't doing nothing wrong, Reggie. Just relax.
How can I relax when she's walking around touching everything?
It's what I do. I just touch things. I have OCD.
Reminds me of the jewelry store.
I'm just a kid.
Clementine, please. I asked really nicely. I don't want to...
What the hell is she doing?
No, nothing. You know, kids. They love not listening.
See? He acknowledges I'm a kid.
One job, Reggie. This is real disappointing.
Oh,
Gonna have to tell Bill about this.
Please, come on.
Hey, don't be like that, man.
You shut your fucking mouth. I don't know you.
Okay, Troy. Troy versus Kenny.
Dad!
Oh, you all fucked up now. Bill's gonna hear about this shit.
Troy, please.
Fuck you, Reggie. This is setting you back a few. Get comfortable, asshole.
What the fuck
He was
did
trying
I
to
even
help.
do?
She's just a kid.
No one's talking to you, Indian lady.
Hey!
It's fine.
Kenny's like, hey, I'm the only one who can be
Everybody
racist
get
here.
to bed.
Indian lady?
Some of these folks
Kenny
ain't
is
too
actually-
keen on leaving. It's up to us to figure out a way out of here.
Kenny is now an
You up for it?
anti-racist. Kenny is
It's your
anti-racist
decision.
because of Sarita.
I'll try.
You'll do just fine. Now get some sleep. We'll need it.
Kenny keeps giving me missions.
What?
Get up. Bill's gonna have a word.
Bill can suck my dick.
There's been increased walker activity along the fence, so be mindful when outside the walls. The herd's moved a little closer as of this morning, but that still doesn't necessarily mean we'll be hit. No, we're monitoring the situation. Now, there are some folks might be sore about what happened and how things went. Well, that's all in the past now. Some of you are new to our community. Some of you are members who went astray. But know that you can find redemption here, forgiveness, by proving your worth through what will undoubtedly be hard work. Now, Reggie slipped up last night.
Okay.
That doesn't mean he should lose hope. Today will be a test for him. So let's all wish him the best of luck.
How'd you sleep?
Oh. Let Reggie be an example to you all.
so tired.
Salvation is available, but
I didn't even
must be
realize.
earned.
Shut.
Pay attention.
Kenneth will be taking over
later,
Reggie's
okay?
duties outside the
Okay,
walls.
yeah. Sounds good.
Michael will continue on,
I just
showing
thought
his
it was
value.
nice to finally...
Carlos!
Yes?
Your child seems to be in need of correction.
I'm sorry.
Oh my God, Sarah.
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 Apologize to Mr. Carver.
Sorry, sir.
No, that ain't gonna cut it. I can't have this kind of behavior on day one of your reform. You discipline her now, Carlos.
Oh my God.
How do you propose that
One
I...
good smack across the mouth should do it. It'll make her think twice before opening it up again. Go on, we'll wait.
This is fucked. This is so fucked.
I'm not sure with my hand that I could...
Well, that's why you got two hands, Carlos. Come on. Not some namby-pamby thing, all right? A good hard smack.
Oh.
Otherwise, Troy here will do it for you. I don't think you want that. He can be overzealous.
Oh,
is that the word?
Fucked up.
If it means
okay.
I'll slap the shit out of her, then yeah.
Go on, Carlos.
It's my fault.
Hey, no one's fucking talking to you.
Okay, Troy is
Unless
death
you
can't
want
come
one of
soon
what
enough.
she's about to get, I'd pipe down, Missy.
Okay, I know what we have to do. We have to let the zombie horde into this place.
I'm sorry, Dad. I'm
Close
sorry.
your eyes, honey. It's only going to sting for a second.
Oh, this is sad. At least take off the glasses.
Do it.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry, Sarah.
Stop! You're not cuddling that girl anymore. Let her sit there and think about what she's done. Troy, get Carlos to his post.
Okay.
Everyone else should have their assignments. It's time to get to work.
We're burning it all down. That was
God
a very
damn.
strong slap.
You really knocked the shit out of her, Doc.
Everyone get to work.
Whew.
You're working in the armory. Follow me.
Oh.
Soil coming up.
The armory?
God damn this thing.
Oh, shit.
Clementine!
So, guns? I don't know how
Go
to
on
use
inside.
a gun.
Bonnie's waiting.
Oh, this triggering
Hey, I
biatch.
guess you're starting your day with me. We're loading magazines. Well, that's it. You got it.
Oh, don't be nice.
I suppose I owe you an apology. I wasn't truthful when I came across y'all at the lodge.
Oh.
And I was shown a kindness I never would have expected from a group of strangers.
Yeah, not everyone's fucking evil.
But now folks are dead. And I can't help but feel I'm to blame. But the plan was for no one to get hurt. I truly believe that was the intent.
That's because it's your fault. You led them to us.
If I could change it, I would. I promise you.
And
really?
I should believe you now. All I know about you is that you're a liar.
I understand you're mad at me.
Yeah.
And you've got every right to be. But I wanted you to know I regret my part in all of this.
Too late.
I apologize. Which don't account for much, but it's all I can offer right now.
Do you not know who Carver
How
is?
was your first night in the yard? I know it ain't so comfortable, but it's safe.
You mean my first night in prison?
It ain't a prison, more of a work release.
Oh.
Don't they do those in prisons?
Well, probably. But I don't know. I never been to prison. Don't tell no one. Trying to keep a tough reputation. I was supposed to go. When Luke and Carlos and all them left, I was planning on leaving too. When Luke approached me about it, I thought he was crazy.
Why didn't you? Leave, I mean.
If I'm being honest, I guess I chickened out. I justified not going by telling myself
And now people
it's
are
easier
dead,
to
and
try
that has
change
nothing to
something
do with
that's
me.
broken than start all over. Take this situation with the herd. That's the type of thing that rips a community apart. He keeps things in line. He's got a lot of this stuff figured out.
Nobody's safe here with Carver around.
You're safe if you stay on his good side.
I would if I knew where it was.
I mean, it ain't easy keeping a group this big fed and protected. I don't envy that position. Figured that'd make anyone a little stressed. I'm not defending what he did. That was... I'm alive because of him. That's just a
Sounds
fact.
like you
He
are.
killed Walter and Alvin.
Only to protect his own people. Kenny could have killed us all.
But he didn't.
Alvin killed George when he escaped. He might not have meant to, but George died all
Who
the
the fuck
same.
is George?
Ain't no saints in all this. Bill overreacted. He was in the heat of the moment, and he overreacted.
Oh.
Luke had ideas about how things should go, but they didn't line up with what Bill was thinking. They butted heads.
Soros?
Then Rebecca started showing, and that only made things worse. Maybe Luke was right about him. I wish he was around, but I just hope he's
Overreacted.
safe.
People died. You lied and people
Bonnie,
died.
Is that girl down there? I need to come get her.
Yeah, she's here.
Okay, I'll be right over.
I'm sure it's fine. Oh, almost forgot. I grabbed this for you.
Okay, now I need to steal a gun.
Huh? What do you think? I found it at the lodge y'all were at. Think it might be for skiing. Had to wait for no one to be around to get it to you.
I don't know.
Oh, you don't like it.
It's not that.
I thought it was kind of cute. Well, this ain't a fashion show. It'll keep you warm. You better watch yourself. I think some folks might be jealous of that cool jacket of yours.
Oh, there you are. What's with the ugly jacket?
Tavia!
What?
Never mind. I'll see you later, Clementine.
Come on.
Okay, that was pretty funny.
Follow me. Come on.
That's pretty fucking funny. Also, once again, I must state, I am a child. I am a child.
Stay in here for a minute. I'm gonna radio down and find out what you're doing. Don't touch anything.
Oh. Oh.
Hey. Are you okay? I know it's gotta be hard.
My dad's never hit me before.
Well, I would hope so.
Even when I was really bad. He never hit me.
Yeah. He can kind of control it sometimes, how much it hurts. It takes practice.
That is fucked
Really?
up that I'm saying that, and
wanna
I'm a child.
practice that.
I don't think anyone does.
Well, thanks for trying to help. I don't know why people have to be so mean. Like, even when I'm really mad, I still don't want to hurt anyone.
Well, we're gonna have to change
Don't
that.
mess this up.
Yeah, I get it.
Reggie's in charge here, okay? Listen to him carefully.
Yep, no problem, Tavia.
Are we growing weed?
Okay, we gotta do a good job, guys. The camp is counting on us. Come on, I'll show you what to do. It's super easy. Oh, and just so you know, Bill yelled at me this morning for what you were doing last night. I'm not mad, but please, please just listen to me today. I'm on, like, the thinnest ice with that guy. Pick up a pair of those shears.
Fine.
Okay, so we're picking these berries, right? Just pick them, put them in the basket. Simple. While you're at it, if you see any dead branches, take those shears and cut them off and stack them neatly for compost.
4 arms
Got it?
versus 1. Willie! Willie, Willie,
Hey, so,
Willie!
is she
Thank
gonna be
you
okay?
for the 5.
Because what happened down there, that was straight fucked up.
Have you played
I don't
Wolf
want
Among
him freaking
Us?
out and getting me in trouble.
Not yet. Oops, I didn't answer.
If you don't have an opinion, you should just say so. Instead of making people wait for an answer, just like shake your head no or something. Look, Bill's had it out for me ever since I helped those guys escape, so I gotta concentrate on my work.
I got called out. He's the first person to
That
call me
was
out
awkward.
like that.
I won't do that again. I'm gonna go work now.
No, I have not. Chat, I haven't played that. No, I haven't. So awkward. Help Sarah? Come on, Sarah! Poor Sarah. Sarah, you have got to get it together, though. We're in a zombie apocalypse.
Oh, shit.
Oh, no. God.
What? What did you do? These are only half done. Are those live branches? Clementine, I asked you to help her.
Wait.
Just checking in.
Oh, oh,
See how the
shit.
new girls are working out.
But I had to... I thought I was going to do mine and then I would help her.
Reggie.
Yeah, Belle. Hey.
What the fuck happened in here?
Oh,
Look,
God.
Bill, they're new, and me with my arm, it's just not the easy... I have one arm.
Shut up, shut up. Shut the fuck up. You better have an explanation for this. And I mean now.
Oh,
Bill,
Sarah.
please, just...
Sounds like you were about to give me an excuse when I asked for an explanation.
Oh,
We'll get it done. Just give us some more time.
It was my fault.
Shit. I'm just always saying that.
This ain't your fault.
No, it is.
We talked about this, Reggie. Didn't we? But you just don't get it, do you?
Get what?
Oh,
Why don't you girls wait outside?
Oh,
Reggie
no.
and I have a few things to talk about.
Oh, no, Reggie. I'm sorry, Reggie. I'm sorry.
Thanks for the help, girls.
Dude. Okay, honestly,
What's wrong, Sarah?
It is Sarah's fault. It's fucking Sarah's fault, man.
Are you okay?
Oh,
I gave you plenty of chances.
Please, Bill, no!
Oh, God.
No! 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 Please! Ah!
Weakness, incompetence. It puts us all at risk, and it won't be tolerated. You think about that the next time you're asked to do something.
He just threw him off the
Get
fucking
downstairs.
roof.
Bonnie's got some stuff for you to do.
He just threw
Go.
him off the roof. Oh my God. Oh no.
Oh, hey. So, they want you to run some supplies out to the guys working at the
no.
expansion? Real simple, just take this over to them. That jacket looks real nice. I don't know what Tavia's talking about. What's wrong? Clem? You alright?
Reggie's dead.
What? What are you talking about?
Carver killed him. He pushed him off the roof.
Maybe it was just an accident.
Stop making excuses. He's a psycho. He threw him off
Listen,
the roof.
Take this stuff out to those guys and come straight back. Just be safe, okay? Now ain't the time to be calling attention to yourself.
Wait, I
need to go
didn't.
find out what happened.
I thought that if I chose to do my berries first, it would be faster.
Hey, Troy, Clem's just gonna take them boys some nails.
That like I would do my berries and then Sarah would, and then. Oh shit. She's so brainwashed. Oh my
Hey,
God.
that ain't your concern. Get that stuff over to them boys.
Oh my God.
Just follow them cables.
You guys, I hate to say it, but I'm kind of. I think I'm Ben. I think I've gotten more people killed than Ben did.
I ain't nobody's laborer. Fuck that. Let them do this shit themselves if it's so goddamn important.
Get your fucking hands off me,
You ain't
man.
gonna force me to do this bullshit.
I said get your hands off me.
Or what? You gonna go tell on me?
I'm trying to help you, asshole.
Yeah, this is a real help. Why don't you just worry about yourself?
Reggie's dead. Carver killed him.
What?
You sure? Or did you...
Shit! Fuck! Grab something!
Oh, fuck! Or maybe we should let the zombies... Maybe we let them do their thing, you know, with Carver? Oh, fuck. Oh, shit! Oh, hold A to escape? Oh, God, that was horrible. That was fucking awful. It didn't happen, though. It was just a dream.
Grab something!
It was just a dream. We are so Ben. Oh my God, we are Ben. Oh, fuck. Oh my God. Oh, Ben. You're so bad. It was just a dream. Hold A. I'm holding A. I'm holding A. I don't get it. I don't understand. I'm holding A. Wait, I don't get it. I'm holding A. Help! Help me. Is this A? Is this A?
Grab something.
Hold it harder? This is horrible. Okay, wait. Okay. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Now, hold A. Oh, I gotta keep moving. I have to keep moving. I see. I see. Okay. Well, they didn't explain that. Oh, Q, 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 Q. Q. E. Nice. Whew. First try, you know? Because it's a zombie apocalypse. Okay, girl, you gotta choke up. Oh my god. Oh shit. Oh! It's like, you know how they did the fake outs of Glenn in Walking Dead? These are all just fake outs. These are all fake outs. Okay, I got it. Gotta be honest, this is probably what would happen to me in the zombie apocalypse. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I would instantly die.
Get up. Get out of there. Come on.
Okay.
Save your ass. Jesus.
I'm not even gonna thank you for killing that zombie.
Oh, thank God you're okay. All right, enough mushy shit. You get back inside right fucking now. I'm sure they got shit for you to do in there. Now!
You're gonna regret saving me.
I'm fucking around?
Troy.
Now I gotta sit down here and babysit you assholes. Can't do a simple fucking patch job without me here cracking the whip?
I'm just a kid. I'm just a kid. In the Walking Dead universe, there's never a concept of a zombie before the apocalypse. I did not. That's why they call them walkers. What the fuck? Who is this?
Stop! Hey, it's me.
Luke!
Yes. Man, bit the hell out of me.
Well, dude.
I think you drew blood. Come all
Don't
this
sneak
way.
up on me like that.
This is the welcome I get.
I'm glad to see you. I was worried. We all
Dude,
were.
Luke, my
It's good
goat.
to see you too, kid.
My goat.
All right, listen, we ain't got much time. Okay, I followed y'all here best I could. Haven't had a night's rest since y'all got nabbed. And,
See, I
well, it's
told
the first
you,
chance I got
Kenny.
to talk to somebody. They're everywhere. Okay, they got guards watching everything.
Told you, Kenny. Do we like Luke? Oh, we like Luke. Yeah, he's cute. He's a good guy.
There's a herd of lurkers just south of us. It's bigger than I ever seen around these parts.
Carver mentioned that. Said he hopes it passes us.
No, we're gonna draw him in.
Yeah, I heard folks talking about that, but that ain't so. Okay, it's gonna hit this place. I know it is. Now, I don't know when, but it's coming and it's gonna be soon.
We're gonna draw him
See, I've been
in.
looking for places to get y'all free, but I haven't been able to find anything yet.
When do you think the herd will be here?
I don't know. It's hard to say, really, but I reckon it'll wash over this place when it does. See, Carver? Oh, he ain't dealt with anything like this before.
It seems dangerous.
Well, the whole situation's dangerous, but, well, we're in it now. It's what we got. We just need a plan. You know, a way to get you and everyone.
Luke!
Oh, sorry, shit. Okay, Troy ain't gonna like you being late. Listen, Clem, I need you to meet me here tomorrow about this time. Because I need you to get me one of those radios, okay? Do you think you can do that?
Oh.
Just one of those walkie-talkies.
I just need to be able to tell y'all what's going on with them guards. You know, I'll figure out the schedule the patrols are on. I mean, they're all over the place, but I can keep an eye on them for y'all from out here. Look, we ain't gonna be able to shoot our way out of here, so we gotta be careful.
Where do I get one?
I think they keep them in the stockroom. I ain't completely sure, though. Just keep your eyes out for the charging station. Now, they put most of them back on there at night. Remember, you meet me here tomorrow. I'll try and be here around this time, but if I ain't, just wait as long as you can, because I really need one of those radios. And just let everybody know I'm all right, okay? I'm worried they,
Clementine, get out where I can see you.
Go on, get out of here.
Yo, Luke needs a little nap. Maybe a little glass of orange juice.
The hell were you doing?
A little vitamin C.
Answer me.
I was looking at comics. There's a whole store full of them.
Yeah? No shit. You best not dawdle, girlie. Pull something like that again and you'll be meeting the back of my hand.
Oh.
Bill Radio.
Don't worry,
wants a word
Troy.
with you up in his office. So get on up there, now.
You'll be meeting my bullet from my gun.
Dude, you better go up and see Bill. He doesn't like to wait.
Why does that guy look like Kurt Russell?
You should probably go.
Okay, random dude who looks like Kurt Russell. Oh.
Rebecca.
Oh, no.
She's a strong woman, surrounded by weak men. I ain't letting my kid get raised around that. Now get in here. You make sure you tell me the truth when you're sitting where you are, and you won't end up over in that chair. Now, you might not believe this after what happened earlier, but I liked Reggie. He was a funny guy. He kept things light. You need folks like that. It's easy to let depression sink in during times like this.
You are
But he was weak.
a psycho.
And I don't mean just because he was maimed. That wasn't his problem. He was weak of will and weak of character. And we can't have that around here. Not anymore. Not with what we got at stake.
He didn't deserve that. Even if he messed up, he didn't deserve to die.
Oh, he certainly did. You see, Reggie put us at risk with his incompetence. He's had a string of screw-ups lately. Killing one in order to save many is part of survival. It's one of the tough decisions that a weaker person couldn't make.
Okay,
It's why it
dude.
falls to people like us to lead them to safety.
Who's us?
Do you understand? Well, I wish it was different, I do. But they are weak, and we are strong.
What?
That's why it's our responsibility to shepherd the flock, to keep them safe. It's their nature to follow.
Oh, wait, shit. I
not
should
to
be
lead.
playing it the other way.
I'm not like you.
I know it when I see it. And we're more alike than you think.
What?
In fact, I think you realize it, but you're not comfortable with it yet. There's no way you could have lasted this long otherwise.
But I'm just a
I
kid.
realized it back in that cabin. You were scared, but you looked me straight in the eye, kept your nerve. That's what we need. If we're gonna get through this, the next generation has to be stronger than the last to lead us out of this. Kids like you, raised the right way. The way my child will be raised.
Oh, great. That
It
child's
ain't
gonna be a
this hurt that keeps me
psychopath.
up at night. We can handle that. It's not knowing if I got anyone to hand all this off to. But I ain't worried about that anymore.
I'll help you. Whatever you need. I know I'm just a kid, but I'll do my best.
Well, that's all I can ask. All right, now.
Don't worry, guys. I have a plan. I have a plan.
I'm here.
The loading bay door is jacked. Troy really knocked the shit out of it.
How bad is it?
Rails are tweaked so it won't shut all the way. I don't think it's an emergency or anything, but it's something Stan should take a look at when he can.
I'll get him on it. Out. That fucking idiot. Heard on its way, and he puts a goddamn ding in my door. Go on back out to the yard. It's almost supper time.
I'm just a kid and life is a nightmare. The plan is in motion.
Because we all know what happened this morning. I don't know what that son of a bitch is gonna do next.
So you want to ring the dinner bell for a herd of walkers to show up? How is that better?
Because this place will be fucking chaos when that thing hits. No one will be paying any attention to us. And that's when we go. It's our opening. We just gotta figure out a way to draw them to us.
Your friend here wants to get us killed by lurkers before Bill can do it.
What is it with you?
That's what it sounds like to me.
You know that's not what he's saying, but it does sound dangerous.
Maybe Luke could help us. He's outside. He wants a radio to help keep an eye on the guards.
Thank you. That's the plan I vote for.
You
I
know
kind of
about
like
Luke?
the Walker
He
plan.
flagged
though.
us down when Troy wasn't looking. Told us his plan. Mentioned he talked to you.
If Luke can tell us what's going on with the guards, we can use that to pick a good time to escape.
That seems reasonable.
Who knows when that'll be? There was a girl back at Crawford that used church bells to send walkers all over the city. We just need something really loud.
The PA system Carver is always using is quite loud.
There's some speakers outside
True.
the building, pointed toward the parking lot. I saw him when we were walking out to the work. Troy's always standing next to one of them.
I saw the controls. They're in Carver's office.
Oh, God.
She's right. It's all controlled in Bill's office. There's a switch in there that'll turn them on.
Oh, God.
How do you know that?
I used to make a lot of the announcements back in the day. I had it flipped on once. Luckily, there wasn't much around at the time to hear it. It was plenty loud, though.
That's perfect. We just gotta get into his office. Why didn't you say something sooner?
Well, I
it
wonder
doesn't
who's gonna
change anything.
sneak in there.
This isn't a discussion about how to do it. It's a discussion about whether it's stupid. And it's still stupid. The sensible thing is to get Luke the radio and wait for an opening.
You're real difficult to deal with sometimes.
Kenny.
No, that's all right. You ain't exactly a peach either.
Why can't we do both? Even if we bring the herd to us, it's probably good for Luke to be able to tell us where they're coming from.
You know what? Fine. I can get behind that. Okay, so we get that turd radio. He keeps us posted on the herd's movement. We
That
fire up the
turd?
PA thing and bring
Honey.
the walkers to roll over this place.
And then what?
Get some guns and shoot our way out. I don't know. Whatever we can. We improvise.
Then that's not a
Kenny.
plan. You don't plan to improvise.
I figured out what your problem is. You don't think this stuff through. If the end of the plan is just to stroll through a herd of walkers, then you should know from the jump there's no way it's ever going to work.
Actually, I do it all the time.
What?
First words I ever hear you say, and it's just some crazy, stupid shit.
Oh,
Hush. What do you mean exactly?
putting the guts on you.
When you cover yourself in their smell, rub the walker guts all over you. They can't tell you from one of them.
Wait, Clementine's done that before.
Now I don't know who's crazier.
Trust me, I've walked through herds before. It works. You just have to keep calm and make sure you're good and covered.
Lee figured that out.
What?
It's how we got out of the Marsh house. Lee covered me and we walked right through.
Really? Holy shit. Oh, good one, Lee.
Oh, Lee.
All right, what are we waiting for? Let's get that stupid radio.
We still have to find a way to get in the stockroom.
I got a plan for that,
We miss
too.
you, Lee.
Come on, kid. Gonna need your help.
I like this character.
Where the hell did she come from?
We just need to use the winch. She can just climb up from there. Then, just drop into one of the skylights over the stock.
Oh, okay.
There are shelves and stuff for you to land on, so you probably won't fall to your death.
Yeah,
Great.
no,
That thing breaks all the time.
no problem.
Unless something's changed, it won't support much weight.
Come on, up and at 'em.
Don't push her, Kenny.
She's our best bet. I mean that, Clem.
Now
Fuck
or
it.
never, I guess.
That's my girl.
Fuck it.
We
Kenny,
gotta get that rope
Kenny
down.
is just so
Mike,
willing to
you wanna
risk my
boost her up?
life.
Come on, kid.
Don't let go.
I got you.
I'm just a kid. I am the most competent person in this game. Absolutely.
Try to hurry, all right?
Yeah.
I don't think they're the sharpest guards in the world, but they're no idiots either. They see you not in your bunk, we're all done.
Shit, he's coming back. I gotta let you go. I can't stand here. Grab something.
Shit. Ah!
We're in trouble.
Dude, now that I'm thinking about it, I think Kenny would have shot even if I hadn't told him to.
Man, you're not gonna believe what I'm looking at. There's gotta be 2,000 or 3,000 of them out there.
In the parking lot?
He's kind of
No,
crazy.
not in the parking lot. I can't see them all, but I see the dust they're kicking up.
So you're not sure?
What, about how many there are?
Shit, fuck.
Yeah.
How can I be?
Sneak, sneak, sneak.
Fuck. I hope they pass by us.
God, yeah. You think we're ready this time?
Sneak,
I don't know. Bill thinks we are.
Of course he does, but he thought the same thing last time.
Everything is fucking
We learned a lot since last time.
Is it enough, though?
We'll find out if they turn this way.
Yeah. Yeah.
My God, I could take a shot at him. I could take a shoot. I could take a shot. Oh, poor Reggie. Yikes. All right, this has got to be it. Sneaking around like a Scooby-Doo character. Gee Willikers. Oh my God.
It's crazy about Reggie, huh?
Yeah.
You think Bill...
Go on.
Nah, it's just... I was wondering if you thought Bill maybe...
Spit it out, Hank.
He definitely did.
I don't think Bill was gonna let him back in.
Huh. You don't?
No. Do you?
I don't know. So really, no bullshit. You think we're ready?
I think so. The homestead, at least. I'm not sure about the expansion. They're out there just... moaning.
That's what they do.
It's driving me crazy. It's really
That's
unnerving.
what they do.
I know what you mean.
They moan.
You figure we'd be used to it by now.
I wouldn't figure that.
Bruh.
You never got used to a light buzzing or anything?
A little different when it's dead human beings walking around.
I'll give you that one.
So what are you doing tomorrow?
Bill wants me to start getting this bay door fixed.
Is that why you're down there?
Yep.
What happened to it again?
Troy backed into it when we brought the prisoners, the new people in.
Oh, so we are prisoners.
Anyway, I'm looking at it now. I don't think we have what we need.
Jesus, really?
We repurposed a lot of shit to get this place built. I can't say for sure if we even had the materials
How do
before
I
we
do
started
this?
expanding.
I don't know about you, but
Damn
it
it.
seems like we really shouldn't be doing this yet. Shouldn't we just wait
Oh,
until we
God.
need more space to make more space?
Oh my God.
I don't know, Hank.
Oh
Bill's
my
got
God.
a plan. Look, let's say we call it for now.
Fuck!
We'll talk later.
I don't know how to grab it.
All right, talk to you later.
Oh.
Yep, later.
Out.
God, why does it keep flipping to her? Oh, hold. I see. Oh, okay. 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 Oh, Jesus. Oh my God. Ah! Ah! Fuck. Oh no, I'm gonna fall. Oh wait, no, I'm okay. Oh, 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 oh. Whew. Whew. Oh my God.
You get him? Okay, jump down. I got you.
Oh gosh.
We best get in bed.
Troy will be back any minute.
I feel like he almost didn't have me.
Well?
Got him.
Yeah, because I'm a Giga. I'm a Giga Chad.
Everybody stay where you are. No need drawing suspicion.
That was so cool.
Thank you, Clem.
I told you probably wouldn't die. Nice job.
Sarah, you better not fucking say
Thanks.
anything.
Yep. Anyway, get some rest.
I thought about Duck today. About his dumb little face.
Oh!
First things that come to mind are always the dumb things he was doing. Kid was always running in circles. Every damn place he went, he'd just run. You couldn't stop him.
Oh, Duck.
Makes it
Oh,
harder
Toad.
to remember he was a good boy. Well, long day tomorrow. One long day.
Oh, dumb little Toad. R.I.P. Yeah, Kenny, he was so dumb. He was really
All right, we're
the
all here.
dumbest.
Someone's got to get the radio out to Luke. What's the problem?
We should probably figure out who's doing what before we...
Time to get up. Daylight's burning. They let you sleep in, all things considered.
Yeah, we're up.
Where's my
Tavia.
dad?
He's where the rest of you are going. To work. Rebecca, Sarah, Jane, if you gotta take a piss, do it now. The next break won't be for a while. Troy will be coming up for the rest of you.
Why just them?
Like I said, Troy's coming for the rest of you.
Yeah, no one. Kenny, God, my dead kid was so dumb.
All right, look, if we're gonna do something, we have to do it now. And if Luke's all we got, and we pair up with him.
I can do it. Where's the meeting?
Oh, fuck.
Mike,
Yeah?
Clementine should do it.
Are you fucking kidding?
Kenny! Kenny.
No offense, but come on, that's crazy. She's a kid.
Kenny.
Why would there's a million reasons. She knows Luke. She can hide. She got the damn radio for us in the first place.
Who cares?
And I'm sorry, Mike, but I don't know you from fucking Adam, all right? And if I'm trusting someone to do something this important, I'm trusting her.
Okay, you know what?
Kenny's right. I should do it.
Great,
Don't
I'll
do
take
something
it.
stupid just to get some respect.
She doesn't need your respect.
Give me the radio.
All right, little chickens, let's get to pecking.
All right.
And don't think today's gonna be like yesterday. No way. No shenanigans. This rooster's gonna be surveilling your ass every second of the day, you hear? Got that? I'm afraid I need an answer, girl.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
Come on.
time to play nice.
Oh, you have your pockets all out.
Okay, Kenny, that was
Gonna
so
get your tags
fucking
all
obvious.
snagged on something.
Kenny is Captain Obvious. Oh, gee, your pocket's
Let's
out.
go.
I better put your pocket back in your coat.
Hey, she's with me?
Oh, shit, I almost forgot.
Yeah.
I kind of like
well,
her.
take her then.
I
I
feel
don't
like
care.
Jesus.
Wait, what's going on?
Never mind.
Just chores of a different sort. Come on, City Mouse.
Can't you cut her a break? She'd really rather keep with us, people she knows.
Won't they need my help?
Well, today I need it more. Come on.
God damn it, she's fucking everything up.
I just wanted to make sure you were all right.
Oh. Okay.
I didn't believe you when you told me about Reggie. I ran and found Bill once I left you. Figured even if he had done it, he'd make up some sort of excuse, but
Yeah.
Bill was just so matter-of-fact about it. Like he'd pulled up a weed or something.
Do you
like
not
it
know who
had
Bill
to
is?
be done, and that was just one of those moments when your blood runs cold. Goose pimples up and down your arm. Because it turns out the person you thought you knew was never there.
Bro, how are you just now understanding
You look
this?
anxious, Clementine. Something the matter? You know you can talk to me, right? I was dishonest when I first met you, but I swear on everything holy that'll never happen again.
I need to talk to Kenny.
Do you now?
Oh fuck, I feel like that was the wrong answer.
I can understand you're uncomfortable. I won't force you to be around me if you don't want to. Go on, back out and be with Kenny.
Fuck, okay. It's fine. It's fine. We gotta do this. I couldn't tell her about Luke because I cannot trust her. She's just now figuring out Carver's a horrible psychopath.
You should get going. Bill don't like idle hands.
Y'all better hurry that shit up. I hate babysitting you assholes.
Oh, don't worry, Troy. You won't have to do that for much longer. You won't have to do anything.
Luke, it's me, Clementine. It's safe to come out.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh God.
Luke, where is he?
Oh no. Oh no.
Luke, if you're hiding, come out.
Luke needs to come out. Luke, come out, please. You can't stay in the closet.
Was he sleeping
Luke.
here?
I think this is risky. There's people like right out there.
I swear to Christ, you're gonna regret this.
Time to kill him.
You ain't supposed to be out here.
Oh.
You people been here one fucking day and already you're fucking up. Well,
Okay.
you wait and see what happens.
Time to kill Troy.
Move! Hey!
Time to kill Troy. Bro, what the hell? Troy is like actually fucking evil.
Get over there.
And how is it that we're repaid for our trust? With treachery?
Oh God.
With deceit?
Oh no.
With
Oh
theft?
no.
What's going on?
I don't know, Clem.
Whatever you were planning is over. It's
Oh
done.
no, what the fuck?
You can't just run from your problems. You can't just up and leave when it gets tough. Because there's nowhere else you can go where it ain't. Tough is all we got now. Get that through your fucking skulls.
Please not Luke. Please.
Luke here, he can't help you now. You gotta help yourselves. You gotta help me find the strength to forgive you. Now you can start by telling me where the other one is. I'm gonna count to 3. If that radio ain't in my hand by then, we'll have to make things more difficult. 1. 2.
I found it.
It's right here. I got it.
Oh God.
It's all right. Sorry about that. Not sure what I was thinking.
3.
Fucker.
No! Oh my God!
Stop him! Somebody stop him! Let me
Stop! Clementine! Help me!
go! No! Stop it!
I have to! I have to! Oh shit!
Oh, shit.
Oh fuck!
Bill! That's enough, Bill! Please! Bill, there's a breach!
All right, everyone come with me. Bonnie, you stick around. Make sure these folks don't get into any more trouble.
Yeah, okay.
No supper for y'all tonight.
Oh.
Maybe an empty stomach will give you some perspective. And we'll try this again tomorrow.
Oh, these two need to be. Oh, Troy.
Do your best with him, Carlos. You need to get him able to move, because we're leaving tonight.
Wait, Bonnie?
We're leaving tonight.
Bonnie.
Ow. Dang it.
Oh, God, I want to murder Troy so bad. I want to kill him so bad. Wait, what's going on?
What'd she say?
She said she can get us out of the pen if we can get the PA system going. Second she hears it, she'll run over and spring us.
That's great.
It's not great.
What are you talking about?
Look, I know part of this is my fault. I know.
Why isn't it great?
Because most of us are beat to shit or pregnant. And besides that, it's risky as hell.
Risky? Did you see what that son of a bitch just did? Look, the plan works. Nothing needs to change. It's all set up. The hard part is done. This guy's fucking crazy. Who knows what he'll do next?
Yeah, but now we're dealing with a guy beat to shit, Sarita in no shape to do anything, and I'm a goddamn mess. Look, we should rest up, okay? We should bide our time, and we should wait for an opening.
Bonnie's agreeing to help us tonight.
And that doesn't mean she can't do it some other night.
No, it's gotta be tonight.
We're not waiting.
Ain't nothing out there, guys. Trust me, I looked. There's no food. There's no supplies. They picked everything clean.
Where's Kenny?
Doc's over there working on him. And don't look good.
Wait, like he's gonna die? Yeah, we need to get rid of Carver and Troy.
This is what I'm talking about.
Is he gonna be okay?
His orbital is crushed.
Oh my God.
I don't think there's much hope for the eye.
Oh my
I got him as stable as I could, cleaned it, got some of the swelling down, bandaged it as best I could. But until he wakes up, we won't know if there's any damage to the brain.
Oh my God.
Fuck. Okay, look. Maybe I'm just playing devil's advocate here, but if... Damn it, if y'all are serious about going tonight, then we're gonna have to start talking about maybe leaving some folks behind.
No!
There is no other way.
This is bullshit.
Well, I don't like it either, but guess what? It's where we're at.
Kenny and I are only here because of you people. And now you intend to leave us behind.
Yeah, that is
so
true.
So we should risk all of our lives?
That is true.
No, we're not leaving Kenny. That's not fair. We stay together.
Life ain't fair, Clem. We're just trying to make the best of a bad situation here. No one wants to leave Kenny. Good. Cause
Kenny will remember.
You won't have to.
Oh shit! Let's fucking go, Kenny.
I'm all right, hon.
Let's go, Kenny.
We leave tonight. Plan don't
That's
change.
right. That's a Florida man right there.
You are one tough bastard.
They already got brain damage, so they can't have any more brain damage.
You all right? That wasn't
Hell
your
yes.
fault, okay? So don't go blaming yourself.
Fuck yeah.
It's all right.
All right. Well, then what now?
We get the hell out of here.
Let's fucking go.
Like now.
I love Kenny.
Yes.
Where are we going? In case things get squirrely and we gotta make a break for it.
We're so
we need
back.
a place to
We're
meet up.
so back.
We could meet out at Parker's Run.
The hell is that?
It's a Civil War site a few miles north. Tourist trap. Got signs all over. Just follow the road.
We stopped there after we escaped the first time. Luke and Carlos know where it is. It's not that far.
Well, at least if a few folks know where it's at, it'll be easier to find if we're split up. All right, that works.
And we just need someone to go set off that PA, right? I mean, you never bothered to explain who's supposed to do that.
I think we know who it's gonna be.
Wait, hold on. She's the plan?
I'm gonna need a boost.
Classic
Be sure to remember to flip the switch for the
The
outdoor
11-year-old.
speakers. Just the indoor speakers might not draw the herd. It's right on the microphone box.
Right.
By default, it's set to play music, so you should just have to turn it on, right? Then climb back up and drop into the stockroom. We'll meet you there.
I'm sorry, I missed all of that. Let me repeat.
Down into the office. Outdoor speaker switch. Turn on PA. Up to the roof. Down into the stockroom to meet you guys. That right?
Perfect. Be careful.
Wait, I'm sorry. I totally missed it again. But it's okay. We re-roll. We roll out. We roll out. We just improvise. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Fuck.
Only one bullet.
Jeez. Well, I only need one. Okay. Speakers on.
Okay, now the mic.
Okay.
What? What's wrong?
Fuck. Oh my god. I gotta do some child and STEM shit here.
No, 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 no.
Fuck.
No, where are they?
God damn it. Oh.
Come on, come on.
Oh.
Please work.
This 4th of July, make sure your backyard barbecue is complete with Howe's full line of products to meet your grilling needs.
Yes! Hee hee hee. Oh, fuck. Oh. Q. Tip it over. Yes! Yes! Nice!
You have the project, we have the know-how. Howe.
God, I'm such a resourceful child.
To make your day special. This week only, Kennedy leaf blowers are 22% off. How's that for a deal?
You want to disrespect me, fine. You want to throw away the life I'm trying to build for us all? Then fucking fine.
Wait, have we been captured?
Want to run off with this dog shit group of crippled fucks? Then fine. Be my guest. But I will put a bullet in you and that baby before I let you leave again.
Yes! I can shoot this bitch. Yes! Yes, Kenny!
Get back!
Yes! Ah!
Come on, Luke. This ain't none of your business. This is just a bit of
We're
a
gonna
custody
fucking
battle we
shoot
got
him.
on our hands here.
Just shoot him.
What?
Yeah!
No,
That's right! Yes! Let's fucking go! Kenny doesn't even hesitate. Yes.
Go on and wait outside.
Yes. Yes.
We have to go.
Kenny, please.
Yes.
I only need a minute.
Oh,
Go on.
that's
You
our
don't need to
fucking
see
Florida
this.
man.
That girl's already seen more than you can imagine.
Shut your mouth, Bill. You're all just gonna let him do this?
Yes.
There ain't one
Yeah.
part of that son of a bitch I don't hate, but that does not make this right.
Oh, it
I'm not
does.
going anywhere.
Blood for the blood
It's
god.
gonna get messy.
I know.
Look at you fucking ingrates. You don't even know how good you got it.
Oh, we're gonna
That's all
fucking
right.
kill you.
You'll learn. Lambs to the slaughter. No shepherd to guide you.
The blood god
Clementine
requires
knows exactly
blood.
what I'm talking about.
Come on.
Come on, Clem.
Fucking big man, huh?
Let's go.
No.
I'm not letting you see this.
I've seen worse.
It's not your decision.
Atta girl. She ain't afraid to look it in the eye. You go with that feeling you got right now, Clementine. That's what makes you stronger than the rest of them.
Yeah, I already know I'm stronger
Yeah,
than the
go on.
rest of them.
Let the sheep out of the pen. We'll see how long that lasts.
I'll be right there.
You won't see anything.
That's funny, coming from you. How's that eye? Just follow my voice. It'll get you there. You got a thick fucking skull, Kenneth. Should have put you out of your misery right then. Now look at you. You're a mess.
Yeah, but I'm still alive,
the fuck
bitch.
are you looking at, bitch? Don't act like you didn't love every second of it.
Come on, Kenny! Whoa! Yo! Yo! Clem didn't even fucking blink.
Let's go.
Didn't even blink. Looked him right in the eye. Holy shit, spit on that corpse. God damn. Woo!
Nah, I'm all right.
Woo!
Come on. We got enough to worry about. Shit. I thought they were coming from the south.
They did. Looks like we're in the eye of it now.
Fuck. This is fucked. Here. You're gonna need something.
Ariane, thank you for the 5 months.
Thanks.
You know what's funny? Nobody ever wants to treat me like a child until it comes to shit like this. They're like, "Oh, Clem, you can't watch this. You're just a kid." Oh,
You
really?
guys
I'm a
better hurry
kid
up and
now.
get to smearing if you want to live. Or you
Now
can
I'm a
die
kid?
here. Doesn't matter to me.
Let's do it.
Quick. We need to get covered before the rest of them get close or we're fucked.
This isn't gonna work.
I'll go first. You're gonna put that on yourself?
Yeah, Sarah.
We have to, Sarah.
Sarah, dude, come on. Ooh, ooh, my new jacket.
Okay, now you. Turn around. Smells gross.
Shit.
Everybody shut the fuck up and get covered.
Come on, Sarah.
It'll be okay, honey. Just stay still.
Are you sure?
Oh God, I'm kind of worried about
There's
Sarah.
nothing to fear if you remain calm.
Sarah?
I'll keep you safe.
See, this is what happens when you fucking shelter
Hurry the fuck
children.
Turn around. I'll get your back.
In the apocalypse. They can't handle putting zombie guts on themselves to walk
We
through
ain't
a
got all
horde.
day here. Everybody ready? They're almost on us.
What in the actual fuck is going on here?
Oh.
What is this sick shit? Someone say something before I start.
Can we
Hey,
please
hey,
kill his ass?
Don't you even fucking
Please.
think about it, motherfucker. I will end you. You hear me?
Please.
Troy. Yes. Troy, we talked about this.
Yes.
The fuck you talking about?
I told you I wanted to get out. You said you'd help, then I'd help.
I thought you meant get out of the pen, not whatever the fuck this shit is.
I did. But now we can leave. Troy, you can come with us.
No, you can't,
What?
Troy.
Well, where would we go?
Away from here.
Yeah.
Together.
Oh, Troy, come here.
Man, you smell really bad. You gotta get a bath before we...
Oh God, I love her. Oh, she is.
Don't make any noise. Got it? They might hear something they don't
That's
like.
how you do it.
And
Right
for
in the
fuck's
right
sake,
in the dick.
Walk Act like you belong.
Right in the dick.
And you will belong.
Oh, Troy, bet it hurts, huh? I'm so sorry.
I need more ammo.
Okay, Sarah, I swear to God. I swear to God, just keep it cool. Lock in.
Is that Tavy?
Where's Bill? We need him up here.
Stay calm.
Stay calm.
And we okay?
Stay calm. No, Sarah.
Why, Sarah?
Quiet, honey. Clementine, come help me. Calm her
Sarah,
down.
shush.
Please, just say something. You're her friend. Clementine.
Oh, fuck!
Sarah!
Oh, shit!
Sarah, did you...
Oh, shit! Oh, my God! Oh, this is insane! Oh, my God. Oh, my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Sarita! Oh, I'm gonna have to chop off your fucking arm! Oh, fuck! Oh my God! I have to! Oh my God. Okay. 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 Oh, I'm gonna take it off this for now. I'm gonna take this off for now. We're gonna let this run through, and then we'll look at my stats. Holy shit. Maui, thank you for the 2 months. How many arms have I chopped off? How many? So many. At least 2. I really like playing You Watch Story Games. I really like playing story games. That was crazy. That was a crazy episode. Okay. It's over. It's over. It's over. Oh, man. Whew. Oh, the first one helped Sarah with her chores. Oh, God. R.I.P. R.I.P. Reggie, man. You guys, that was crazy. That was crazy. What an episode. These episodes just... So, okay, let's recap. Reggie died. Carver died. Troy, and then Carlos. Fuck, who's gonna deliver Rebecca's baby? I bet it's gonna have to be me. I bet me, the 11-year-old, am gonna have to deliver the baby. And now maybe Sarita's died? Oh my God. And then maybe Sarah, who knows? Cut to the start of the episode when I said, let's get through an episode where nobody dies. I know. I thought maybe no one but like the bad guys would die. Thoughts on the series? It's incredible. Are you kidding? I am captivated. I am stressed. I am emotional. I'm going through a lot every single episode. It is it really is. It really is. Thoughts on Bonnie? You know, I'm good on Bonnie now. I'm good on Bonnie. She's by I'm good on Bonnie, I mean I fuck with Bonnie. Like Bonnie before I didn't fuck with, and now Bonnie I fuck with. Whew. Oh boy, if you like this, look up Wolf Among Us. The new season is yet to come out, but it's been in the works for 10 years. I know, I keep having people tell me to play that. So I'm gonna have to add that to the gaming list. Not a good time to be a Sarah in chat. That's like Krista. When we kept saying Krista's name. Also, what the hell has happened to Krista? Where's Krista been, you know? Okay guys, I am unfortunately not gonna play a second episode because I need to finish packing, and I'd like to get up in the morning if I can and get a quick little stream in before I head out of town, before I leave for Armenia. But it's only 2 hours. You know what? We need to live in that for a moment, though. You know? It's like when you've had a great episode and you just need to sit with it. Like, I just got to sit with that. You know, you don't want to rush into things. Really, really feel everything before it's the mid-season finale. Exactly. That is very much so a mid-season finale. We know you're playing Isaac after this. I'm actually not, because Will has he has the, what's it called? The Steam Deck. So I haven't been able to play Isaac since he's been gone, which was I've had withdrawals for sure, but Walking Dead has filled that hole in me. Are you playing tomorrow after trip? I probably won't have time tomorrow. So it'll have to be after the trip. Yeah. So I will be back on the 11th, but I get back kind of late. I don't think I'll be back until like 8. So maybe when I get back, my return stream is just a catch up. Hi, hello. Missed you guys. And then we just do gaming when I get back. I'm flying back on September 11th. Yeah, now that you say that. Yeah. So I'm flying on 9/11. Flying back from 9/11, and I'll get in. But anyway, it's fine. It's whatever. It's also Farley's birthday. So the reason that I booked my flight back on the 11th is because I wanted to be back for Farley's birthday. But Farley's in Austin because Will's in Austin. So I'm not even going to get to be with my boy on his 5th birthday, which is on September 11th. You're not going back to New York? No, I'm going to Armenia tomorrow. Yeah. But anyway, guys, if I can manage to get a short stream in tomorrow, I'll probably go live around 9, stream for a couple hours, and then head out of town, get out of Dodge. So I am bringing a bunch of tech equipment to maybe get a stream or 2 in. And yeah, I'm gonna send you guys to Sam. Send you guys over to Sandwich. Thanks for hanging out with me. Dude, The Walking Dead is so fucking good. Every single time I finish a chapter, I text Will and I'm like, you need to play The Walking Dead. When is Will back? He's back after Camp Canute. So Camp Canute ends right before TwitchCon. It's very long. It's been a month. Yeah. But I really want him to play Walking Dead. How do we get him to play? How do we get him to? Because he's so far not understanding when I keep being like, you have to play Walking Dead. He's like, oh, okay. I'm like, no, I'm serious. Why Armenia? For a trip with my friends. You know, what if I was like, I just felt like going. Why not? Why not Armenia? Okay, guys. Hopefully see you tomorrow. And then if not, hopefully see you in Armenia next. Good night. So long. Farewell. Avita saying good night.